Hello, hello. Hello, hello. Alright, we are live? Maybe? Are we live? Oh yeah, I should probably post in my Discord that I'm live. That would probably be a thing that I should do. Let's see. Okay, so stream, it says live. Okay. I don't know why the clock isn't moving, but okie dokie. That's fine. Give me a second. And I'm going to give it about 10 minutes before I actually start reading so that people can come in who want to come in. I like to give a little bit of a waiting time when I start this. So with the games, we could just get started, whatever. But with the comics, it's all about catching that story, so I want to make sure they'll have time to come in if they want to come in. So, we're going to play Tandy Cosmic 1000. Fire away while we wait. Let's see, let's zoom in here. So let's turn it on. See, I don't know, does it look better zoom in or zoom out? Zoom out, you can see the whole thing. But let's turn it on. Here, zoom in. Yeah, you can see it a little bit better. Alright, let's reset. Oh no, I died. Okay. I used to be pretty good at this game. I got, like, max score once, which is 999. Ah, crap. What? Oh. Oh, dang. Up to 130. That's pretty good. I've already died like twice though, so this is... I needed to warm up, I think. Whew. Oh boy. This game's pretty good, I guess. I mean, it's pretty basic, but it is pretty fun. Oh. See if I can max out my score here. I don't know, about halfway. I think we only have... I think this is our last life, because I died twice right in the beginning. Let's move fast now. We're on level 2 of the difficulty setting. Well, at least the points are racking up pretty quick now. That's pretty cool. Oh, we're at 700. Holy moly. Oh crap, I died. Oh, I had one extra life. I think I got an extra life from points or something? Maybe? I don't know. Sorry if I'm missing chat. This game's intense. Ooh, almost walked into that one. Oops. I'll let go of the lever. Okay, we gotta really watch these projectiles. Whew. Oh, wait, what? Oh, no, it's still going. Holy moly. Come on. Gotta reach that 999. See if we can do it. Ooh. Oh, I died. Ah, I got 910. Almost maxed it out. It maxes out at 999. Crap. Grandpa S game. Weird looking comic. It's basically Galaga. Yeah, basically. Don't mind us. So close to being pro. I know. So close. Oh well. That wasn't bad. This is the Cosmic 1000 Fire Away by Tandy. It's pretty fun. When was this made? Does it have a date on it? Made in Taiwan. I don't see a date on it. I have no idea. No idea. Anyway, how are you guys doing? Welcome in. Whew, that's fun. Okay. Alright, well, let's see what we got here. So today, we're going to be reading the original Ghost Rider #1. Well, the original Ghost Rider #8. Representing Ghost Rider #1. I don't have a copy of Ghost Rider #1 because it's like $500. Yeah, it's Tandy. Hey Astro, how you doing? It's the Tandy Cosmic 1000 Fire Away. It's pretty fun. I almost got the max score. The max is out at 999. I got 910. Just underneath. You weren't sick again on Thursday, were you? No, I had a terrible, terrible migraine though. I just felt awful. I didn't want to stream when I was just dying of a headache. Doing well. Hope you're doing so too. I'm doing alright. I'm doing alright. I guess. I'm gonna read some comics in a few minutes, so that should be fun. I'm trying to think of like what weird things I can show off while I'm waiting for people to show up. Here we go. Here's an old Panasonic pencil sharpener. It's got a point-o-matic. It lights up when you're ready to take it out. Last time you missed stream, you were dying for 2 weeks. Yeah. Yeah. Thankfully, I'm not dying. Nice mat. Oh, thanks. It's an old Calcibrain from ye old days of Magic, back in like '94. Now that makes me all kinds of excited. The sharpener. Yeah. Check out the plug-in end on this thing. Look at that. Remember when plugins looked like that? All small and skinny. Panasonic. Made in Japan. They really don't make pencil sharpeners like they used to. Like, the best pencil sharpeners, in my opinion, were made in the late 80s. These things are hefty, and they work great, and they don't gnarl your pencil up. They don't eat it up and make it all nasty, like all the new ones do. New ones are always cheap plastic pieces of garbage. I could go on a rant about new pencil sharpeners. I hate them. Let's see. So we read these and these. Okay. And we need. Where are you? Right here. Stick you Yeah. Back in the box you go. And there's Star Wars number 12, so that's the next one there. Okay. And then we got Amazing Spider-Man number 6. Why an electric sharpener? Why not the Knuckle Destroyer 3000? Danger plug. You have one just like that? It's the best pencil sharpener you've ever owned? Yeah, they're fantastic. They're absolutely fantastic. There are good ones out there, but you just gotta pay for them. Also, many modern pencils are not great. And add to that chewed up issue. I guess that's true as well. Yeah. Times we live in. It's a shame. Oh well. Got that point-o-matic light. It does. I haven't really tuned in for a comic stream, but you're excited for Ghost Rider? Awesome. Yeah, usually the way I do it is we'll read a Star Wars first, and then we do a Ghost Rider, and then we do Spider-Man, and then if I've got a bonus issue to do, then sometimes I do that. I'm planning on doing this one if we are not tired of everything by the end of this. So it's been 10 minutes, so let's get started then. And I'm glad you are here. I hope you enjoy the Star Wars. You can get good pencils, they aren't even that expensive, but the mass-produced stuff can be very hit or miss. I see. I see. I see. Alright. Here we go. At last, beyond the movie, beyond the galaxy. I wonder how many issues they're going to say beyond the movie. Because it said that for every issue after issue number 7. Which makes sense because 1 through 6 was the movie. And then after that, they're like, oh, we're going beyond the movie. But, like, how long are they going to keep that tagline? Star Wars. Luke and the droids trapped on a Doom world. Are they playing Doom? I want to play Doom. Hold on, let me get a tissue real quick before I get started. We want those robots, boy. And that lightsaber can't stop all of us. They landed on Mars. Not to be confused with Dune World. I love the old EU stuff too. That's where like my love of Star Wars always was. In like the weird EU stuff and like the video games and the comics and the novels and whatnot. Alright, let's go. They landed on Phobos. Join the year-round leader for great prizes or cash. Sell beautiful greeting cards the easy SLC way. Alright. Long ago, in a galaxy far, far away, there exists a state of cosmic civil war. A brave alliance of underground freedom fighters has challenged the tyranny and oppression of the awesome Galactic Empire. This is their story. Stan Lee presents Star Wars TM, the greatest space fantasy of all, continuing the saga begun in the film by George Lucas, released by 20th Century Fox. Archie Goodwin is the writer and editor. Carmine Infantino and Terry Austin are the artists. I think it's so crazy that Carmine Infantino is doing art for late 70s Star Wars when he's like my favorite Batman artist. He did like the later Silver Age Batman stories in the 60s. It's just kind of weird seeing him switch over to Marvel and working on Star Wars. But I love his work on Batman in like 1966, 67, 68, around that era. Fantastic job. I'll have to read one of those sometime. John Costanza is the letterer, Janice Cohen, colorist, and Jim Shooter, the consulting editor. The Rebel Alliance has sent Luke Skywalker to find a new location for their main Rebel base. Or their main base, I guess, after the Battle of the Death Star. chronicled in Star Wars number 6. But here, on this unnamed planet of the star sun Drexel, Luke has found instead what may be for him and the two droids R2-D2 and C-3PO a Doom World! Dun, 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 dun. It seemed nothing could be worse than crashing into this endless ocean, Master Luke, until those creatures appeared. We got away in the life pod just in time, 3PO, but I don't believe what's happening now. Star Wars is published by Marvel Comics Group. James E. Galton, President. Stan Lee, Publisher. Office of Publication, 575 Madison Avenue, New York, New York. This is June 1978 issue, Volume 1, Number 12. Alright, let us zoom in here. So you can now see. Here we go. And we want to focus. The writer controlling that one monster has done something to the other one too. It's no longer attacking our ship. It's pushing it. Oh dear, is that good or bad? As far as where... Excuse me, sir. R2 is raising some sort of a commotion. I know it's fantastic, 3PO, but I think they're out to salvage our spacecraft. He claims his sensors are detecting some sort of mechanized craft in the area. Frankly, Master Luke, I think splashing around in the water before we abandoned ship may have corroded his perception filaments because I don't detect... Last issue. Wait, 3PO, behind us, on the horizon. Hydrocraft. Don't know what they're called here, but they're skimming over the water just like I used to whip around Tatooine in my old land speeder. Begging your pardon, sir, but isn't that a rather awkward analogy? Since there doesn't seem to be any land. Whatever they are, 3PO, they're armed. And opening fire on those sea monsters with us caught in the middle. The air is filled with the whine and crackle of laser bolts. As the monster's rider waves his strange staff aloft, no noticeable sound or signals issue from it, yet both his serpentine steed and its dragon-like counterpart respond as immediately as if spurred. Continued after next page. You know what that means. Time for ads. Satisfy your meat tooth. For those times when you get a craving for something to really sink your teeth into, sink them into a Slim Jim Meat Snacks. The chewy all-meat sticks that come in 6 mouth-watering flavors. Mild, spicy, bacon, salami, pizza, pepperoni. One bite will have you absolutely howling with delight. A little less than a meal, a little more than a snack. And then we have Get Rich and Famous, the famous Clark bars. They're all so rich and so good, you may have trouble making up your mind. We got Clark Coconut, Clark Peanut Butter Log, Crunchy Peanut Butter, Zagnut, Clark Mint, and Clark. Damn, all those Slim Jim varieties. I know, I really want to try that pizza. The pizza sounds so good. Failed candy bars. Gotta feed the meat tooth. Yeah. Yeah, some of those not even offered anymore. An exciting offer for Earthlings. Bleep, zoop, pling, pling, fizz, whoop, bloop. Translation. Hey kids, be the first on your planet to join the most exciting fan club in the history of the galaxy, the official Star Wars fan club, headquartered on the 4th moon of Yavin, only 1/2 land sector from the main rebel base. The Star Wars fan club has just opened a terrestrial chapter. As a citizen of the planet Earth, you can become a charter member. The SWFC is the only fan club that's really out of this world. Actually, it's just a figure of speech. We realize how difficult interplanetary travel is for you Earthlings. As a member, you'll receive advance info about Star Wars events. You'll be invited to attend Star Wars conventions now being planned. Your $5 membership fee also brings you the following items designed exclusively for the Star Wars fan club. You get a 20 by 28 color poster. They don't specify inches or centimeters or millimeters. Maybe it's a really tiny poster. Maybe it's really big. 20 by 28 feet. Who knows? A heat transfer for t-shirt. Embroidered jacket patch. Self-stick color decal. Star Wars book cover. Hey, thank you for the 100 bits. That's okay. I understand. I figured that was the case because it's Easter and all. No problem. No problem. Thanks for stopping in. Well, that's us. Star Wars book cover, newsletter, membership card, an 8x10 color photo. Again, they don't specify what increments. Could be 8x10 millimeters. It could be 8x10 feet. I don't know. A wallet-sized photo. We look forward to welcoming you to the official Star Wars fan club. And may the Force be with you. We love Met Hatch. Thanks. 20 by 28 mile poster. Yeah, it's really big. You can see it from space. A second. Okay, and back to our story. For a moment, they are lost in the wine dark depths. Okay, so the water is the color of wine? Okay. Then, as their armed attackers surge steadily forward. Wallud! But the two other crafts are not so easily caught. Wheeling sharply in the foaming waters, they bring their guns to bear. Circle the miserable sea spawn. He's gonna pay for wiping out that Hydra skimmer. Catch him in a crossfire. And keep a sharp eye out for the Dragon Lord. Yet even as the Serpent Rider swamps the second skimmer, his reptilian mount... Are we focusing? We focusing here? Maybe? Okay. His reptilian mount comes into the line of searing laser fire from the third. We've got him! A few more blasts and he's done. But the rider doesn't wait for that. With the two wounded creatures at his command, he retreats. Stop firing! They're out of range. Running off like a whipped womp rats. Some whipping cost us 2 skimmers, and we got nothing to show for it. Don't be so certain. The big prize may have sunk, but something's bobbing about here. Oop. Look at Luke's face. And it's gleaming like metal. Metal. Shoot out the magnetic grapples on the double. Shoom, shoom. And as the grapples thud against the lifeless pod's hull, 3PO, I think we're rescued, like it or not. Why is it, sir? I have the feeling it's going to be not. Continued after next page. Oh my gosh, I got so many freaking ads. Supernatural sensations. Latch on to mystical marvels, supernatural sensations, before they latch on to you. We dare you to enter the tomb of Dracula, Lord of Vampires. Ride into adventure with Ghost Rider, the most supernatural superhero of all. And be sure to visit Doctor Strange, Master of the Mystic Arts. Fear-filled fantasy from the Haunted House of Ideas. Park Rider by Nash. Now, from the world's largest water ski and skateboard manufacturer comes the world's finest skateboards. It's got park trucks, precision bearings, Bull Rider, Bull Rider, Bull Rider, Bull Rider, Bull Rider. Nash Nash. Nash Manufacturing Incorporated, Fort Worth, Texas, 76110. A rider who is also a ghost? Yeah, we're going to be learning all about him in the next issue that we are reading. I feel bad I don't have a copy of Ghost Rider #1 to read. I just have the reprint. But, like, I don't want to spend, $500 to $800 for it at this time, It's a lot of money. But we'll get to that. Moments later, the golden-hued translator droid's feeling is put to the test as the pod is hauled over to the Hydra craft. Blazes, that iron stew pot still has a few pieces of meat in it. But one of them's wearing a metal suit. That's no suit, you fool! Have you forgotten all of your off-world lore? The young Starhopper is traveling with a genuine robot. That smaller piece of nuts and bolts beside him is one too. And either of them holds enough components to make the governor forgive us for them lost skimmers. Chuck the boy back to the fishes, then tear apart the machines so they don't cause trouble. Now wait a minute. I said wait! Vroom. A lightsaber? The barefaced little pup is a Jedi! The barefaced little pup is a Jedi. Jedi! Even in this moment of danger, Luke thrills to the word and wishes it was true. Wishes that, like his father, those whose saber he wields, and like Obi-Wan Kenobi, the man who trained him, he too was a Jedi Knight. But I'm not. But Ben Kenobi was the last of that proud line, and he had barely started teaching me about the Force when he fell dueling Darth Vader. Yet sometimes, I still feel as if he's with me. Swoomp! At least his words certainly are. Try to divorce your actions from conscious control. Stretch out with your feelings. Jump! If that laser blade even touches you, you're sliced sea cabbage. You can't swing it every way at once. Come at him all fast from all sides. He's right, R2. Poor Master Luke. We're certainly doomed this time. R2, you're leaking lubricant onto the deck. Someone could... Beep! R2's leaking lubricant onto the deck. Nice. Continued after next page. Holy moly, check this out. Check this out. They're here! Finally. Star Wars action figures. Recreate the great excitement of Star Wars with these exciting action figures dressed in their authentic Star Wars costumes. We got only $2.79 each plus $50 postage and handling. Any 4 figures for $10.49 plus $1.25 postage and handling. Look how they spelled Han's name. Hans. He's Hans. Hans Solo. I love it. Hans. Oh my gosh. Hans, noted Bavarian space pirate. Hans Solo. At least it's not Han Solo. Hey, Andy Dev guy, you doing? Oh, I love it. Hans. Oh, nice. Obi-Wan. We got Han Solo and Obi-Wan. So exciting. Hey, Yoshio-kun, good to see you. Hans Solo, yeah. So we got Hans Solo, Chewbacca, Obi-Wan, Stormtrooper, R2-D2. There's Luke Skywalker, Princess Organa. That's funny. They didn't say Princess Leia. They just wrote Princess Organa. I mean, she's Leia Organa, but still, it's a weird way to put it. Everybody knows her as Princess Leia. We got C-3PO, and we got Darth Vader. These are not accurate costumes either. These look nothing like the toys. These look absolutely nothing like the action figures. New Star Wars movie with Rey. Oh god. And they're all designed to fit in these authentically detailed replicas of the Star Wars spaceships. X-Wing Fighter. Wings open to exposition. Laser, light, and sound. $13.95 plus $1.50 postage and handling. The TIE Fighter. Flashing laser, lights, and sound. Remote lever raises seat. $13.95 plus $1.50 postage and handling. Land Speeder. Hood opens. Wheels lower. Simulated floating ride. The original Land Speeder is actually pretty sweet. It's got like springs on these little on the wheels, and it actually kind of has like a weird bounciness to it that kind of makes it look like it's floating. It's really cool. $6.95 plus 75 cents postage and handling. I'd get a land speeder and Luke just to go get some power converters. Yeah. They also made a remote control land speeder. I think that was like 1979 or 1980 when that one came out. I used to be super into vintage Star Wars action figures. I've got a bunch of them mint on card on my wall. I was working on a complete set of the was it first 83, and then the last 17, whatever. It was 89, whatever. Only missing 13 accessories for the set, and then I watched The Last Jedi, and I just completely gave up everything Star Wars. I just stopped collecting it. I just put it all in a box, and I was like, all right, someday I'll care about this, but not now. America's #1 superhero is now in 5 different Power Pack comics, each and every month. That's a lot of Spider-Man. The Amazing Spider-Man Marvel Team-Up featuring Spider-Man. Peter Parker, The Spectacular Spider-Man, Marvel Tales starring Spider-Man, and The Electric Company and Marvel present Spidey Super Stories. All on sale now. The ever-loving Blue-Eyed Thing teams up with a new guest star each month in Marvel 2-in-1. Don't miss the action and the senses-shattering excitement brought to you by Roger Slifer and Ron Wilson. It's clobbering time! On sale now. Alright, let's continue our story. Holy crap, they're actual pirates. Like old-timey pirates. Slip! He slipped on R2-D2's leakage. And more of the skimmer crew can move in on him. It is clobbering time. Never read a whole lot of Fantastic Four. I don't actually have much of it. Luke leaps toward the craft's helm. Whack! Alright, enough. Any more moves against me or the droids, and I use my lightsaber to fuse those controls into a molten lump. Easy now, lad. That'd leave us stranded at the mercy of any Dragon Lord who happened along. Then heave your weapons over the side and start acting friendly. I want to talk to this governor of yours. And I want my friends and I in one piece when we do. Luke's order is obeyed, sullenly, but it is obeyed. And the aging craft starts forward toward the distant horizon. Check this out. This is a pretty cool picture. Focus. There we go. Like, they are actual pirates. Like, old-timey pirates. And whatever wonders wait beyond it. Master Luke, I fear this represents more input than my comprehension circuits can assimilate. I'm not sure what it is either, 3PO, but I'm hoping our meeting with the governor can change all that. When we first came within scanning distance of this water world, our ship's instruments picked up what I thought was a large landmass. Evidently, it was this. I recall, sir. We hoped it might serve as a new rebel base. Now I only hope it doesn't serve as our final resting spot. Ba-doop! No, R2. By that I don't mean an extended lubrication bath. An extended lubrication bath. Oh my gosh. Don't worry, 3PO. I think I can talk some sense into the person in charge. At least it makes sense to me. You'll have your chance, Sonny. That's Governor Quag waiting on the dock. But us showing up shy 2 skimmers ain't likely to have him in a receptive mood. And as the craft ties up, Guards, seize everyone aboard. I want them hanged as traitors in our war with the Dragon Lords. Men are expendables, skimmers definitely are not. Wait, Your Honor. Just look what we brought back with us. Robots. They more than make up for those broken down skimmers, Your Honor. Aye, sir. They couldn't have lasted another mission anyway. I get the sense that they tried to write this guy as, like, Scottish or something. Sorry. Sorry. Perhaps I'll have the master machinesmith strip down your catch and judge its value. Then I'll decide about you. Governor Quarg, you'd better hear me out before you decide anything. I don't think there's a soul on this whole floating mess of yours who knows what these droids are really worth, and in one piece. Well said, sir. Who in the 3 moons is this? Found him with the robots, Your Honor. He swings a lightsaber just like one of them Jedi Knights the histories tell about. There's far more to being a Jedi than that, or so my father always insisted. He likened them to warrior priests, or wizards. But of course, he hated and feared them too. I'm not a fool like father, my rude young friend, but you've spurred my curiosity enough to hear you out. Of course, if I don't like what I hear, you'll be the first one hanged. Guards, bring him and his metallic friends with us. Continued after next page. May the farce be with you, Howard the Duck, trapped in a world he never made. Wow! Howard is a contemporary. He reflects the reader's anger and frustration, and maybe the most of all, his sense of impotence. The feeling that no matter what you do, things will keep on getting worse. Stan Lee. Encouraging words from Stan the Man. From Playboy to the Village Voice, everybody is talking about Howard. But Steve Gerber and Gene Golan keep producing this monthly dose of madness anyway. And now a message from Beverly Switzler. Get down, America! If your local newspaper doesn't feature the daily Howard comic strip, contact the paper's feature editor right now. Demand your duck. Thank you. Piano, Steve Gerber. Pick up Howard's latest adventure on sale now. I am the Watcher, your guide to startling tales of alternate realities in every issue of What If? What if Spider-Man had joined the Fantastic Four? What if someone else besides Spider-Man had been bitten by the radioactive spider? What if the invaders had stayed together after World War II? And what if Captain America... I cannot read that. That is just a smooshed mess of nothing. I have no idea. Special Things Happen, Marvel premiere featuring the Liberty Legion, Monarch Starstalker, the Man Brute called Wood God, the Mark of Cain, the Torpedo, Weird World, and the 3D Man. And there's more to come. Oh, more ads, okay. Behold the Marvel Galaxy of Superstars, the Man Called Nova, Captain Marvel, the Incredible Hulk, Hands of Shang-Chi, Master of Kung Fu, and Daredevil, the Man Without Fear. All at your newsstand, not very far away. Wonder makes bread the way you like it. Fresh and soft. One squeeze, one taste will convince Mom that Wonder is the breads kids eat up. White Wonder. Wonder White! What if Spider-Man joined the Fantastic Four? They'd have to rename to Fantastic Five. Easy. Exactly. Free trading cards of Close Encounters of the Third Kind. One card free inside every specially marked loaf of Wonder Bread. Collect all 24 cards. That means you have to buy at least 24 loaves of Wonder Bread and hope you don't get duplicates. Imagine trying to collect all of the Close Encounters cards by buying Wonder Bread. Special membership offer, CE3K Skywatchers. Join now and receive a portfolio of materials designed especially for your members. As part of your portfolio is a special 16-inch by 20-inch UFO sighting map, an exclusive ET photo from the film, a flex record, and 1-year subscription to the periodic newsletter mailed separately. Wow. Gotta push them bread sales. Yeah, gotta buy that Wonder Bread. Gotta buy that Wonder Bread. As the guard's blasters follow him, Luke sheaths his saber and moves with his companions up onto the deck. This way, boy, and quickly. Ship's governor's got better things to do than entertaining off-world flotsam. Are you gonna tell me something or not? Brother, what I wouldn't give now for Han Solo's gift of gab, at very least his self-confidence. Better yet, I'd like to see the Millennium Falcon roaring down to blast us out of this. And curiously enough, that wish is not so far-fetched, as Luke feels as the great wooden door slams down behind him for some light years distance. A mighty battlecruiser is making the jump into hyperspace. Its destination is the Drexel system. In its hold is Han Solo's Corellian smuggling ship, the Millennium Falcon. I love his face right there. I need to make that a freaking emote or something. It's so good. Oh my gosh. Look at this. What is up with his face? He almost looks as weird as if you ever seen the holiday special, there's that cartoon, which is actually the first appearance of Boba Fett, if you didn't know. But there's that cartoon, and Han Solo has like such a long face in that cartoon. It looks like a horse. Alright. And on its bridge is Han Solo himself, feeling uncharacteristically tense. Asian Han Solo. Yeah, kind of, huh? How do I get myself into situations like this? Running a half-baked bluff on Crimson Jack, one of the deadliest space pirates going? While heading towards a star system most old-timers say should be avoided like a herd of stampeding banthas. With a princess who masterminded this move locked below decks waiting to be rescued. What is with his face? That face is fantastic, though. Oh my gosh. I love it. I love it. We focus maybe a little bit more, or is it? It's in focus. Okay. Whatever happened to the good old days when I was a simple smuggler and only had to worry about outrunning Empire ships and being murdered by disgruntled employers like Jabba the Hutt? Problems, Mr. Solo? I wish the ship was named the Millennium Pigeon, piloted by Hans Solo. Yeah. I'd hate to think my new partner has anything on his mind he's not sharing with me. Well, I didn't want to hurt your feelings, Jack, but this tail-heavy battle wagon goes into warp speed with all the grace of a Varillian land slug. It has the size and firepower to do all I require, Mr. Solo. Continued after next page, which means... Thrill to Robert E. Howard's greatest heroes. Call the Destroyer by Don Glut and Ernie Chan, on sale every 60 days. Conan the Barbarian by Roy Thomas and John Buscema, on sale now. Every time I see these Conan ads, I'm just like, I want to read Conan. I want to read some damn Conan. Before I start reading Conan on stream, though, I need to get a few issues. I'm missing issue number 2, 3, 2, 3, 4, and 6. I think. Maybe I have to. Maybe it's just 3, 4, and 6. Anyway. Gonna read Conan at some point. Red Sonja, She-Devil with a Sword, by Roy Thomas, Claire Noto, and Frank Thorne, on sale every 60 days. Tarzan, Lord of the Jungle, Enter the Strange Worlds of Edgar Rice Burroughs. It's a trip you will never forget. John Carter, Warlord of Mars, both on sale now. Earth's Mightiest Heroes, The Avengers, Iron Man, Captain America, The Vision, The Scarlet Witch, Wonder Man, The Beast, and many more. The world's greatest comic magazine, Fantastic Four, starring the Human Torch, Mr. Fantastic, The Thing, and the Invisible Girl. The most dynamic non-team ever, The Defenders, the Hulk, Valkyrie, Nighthawk, Hellcat, and a few surprises. The all-new, all-different X-Men, Cyclops, Phoenix, Storm, Wolverine, Colossus, and Nightcrawler. Hey, that's like the cover of Giant Size X-Men #1. Which is like the first appearance of Storm and Nightcrawler and Colossus. It's the first. It's like the, I don't know, third appearance of Wolverine, I think. It's a big issue. It's really expensive too. It's like a couple $1,000 for that issue. I bid on one a few months ago, but I lost it. It's fine. I don't need to spend that much money anyway. The greatest superheroes of World War II, The Invaders. We got Captain America, the Human Torch, Union Jack, Submariner, and Spitfire. Get in on the Marvel Comics supergroups, on sale now. Alright, let's continue our story. Though I will admit, I saw some rather hard service just before I acquired it from the Imperial Fleet. So it is a Star Destroyer. Got it. Cool. Quite an accomplishment, Jack. How did you pull that off? By being in the right place at the right time, Solo. Shortly after the Rebel Alliance won their first big victory over Empire forces, there were many casualties. And this cruiser was one of them. She apparently escaped the main battle, only to drift helplessly when her reactors went out. Which is when me and mine happened upon here. He had a Carillion Corvette and he traded it for a Star Destroyer? That's pretty cool. Oh. I'm gonna focus? Come on here. Come on here. It's freaking out. There we go. They managed to put a trio of TIE fighters into desperate action against us, but it was a last-ditch effort, and my lads were up to the challenge. The earlier combat had taken out most of her crew. We boarded to light resistance, intending to scavenge and run. Then I started noticing. There was a lot of damage, but much of it was superficial, and that set me thinking. Why abandon her if she could be reclaimed instead? Jack, I never thought I'd see it. A pirate with vision. But the cost even for a man moderately successful at his trade like you. I found backers, my boy, willing to come in for a share in future profits. Then you're practically a corporation. Impressive. Where's the romance? I'll leave that to starhoppers like yourself, Mr. Solo. I've ambitions beyond being a pirate. And that rebel treasury you're leading us to in the Drexel system will be a nice shortcut toward realizing them. Let's hope you never find out that particular shortcut is a figment of Princess Leia's imagination. Captain! Captain! There's trouble on the observation deck, sir. Jolly's gone crazy. Jolly? What's gotten into that bloodthirsty little Spitfire now? You worthless bag of nebula dust! I'll fry you for daring to lay a hand on me! Back off, woman! You're the one who started the talk about kissing. Me and my mates just tried to oblige. Jeez. Oh. Thor meets a glutton for gold. Gold in Asgard has been less golden of late due to mysterious disappearances of much of its gold. Truly am I named Gudrun the Golden. I will gather unto myself all that is gold, so that it may reflect back mine glory. Mighty Thor, canst thou not stem this mysterious flow of Asgard's gold? Nay, rather this evil plot calls for brains instead of brawn. Gathered here are all the goldest hostess Twinkies snack cakes in Asgard. Truly, no lover of gold could resist capturing such a treasure trove of rich golden sponge cakes. I come for golden bars of metal and find golden bars of rich, moist cake. This is indeed a treasure. Thy taste for gold has entrapped thee. I confess, the delicious golden cake of Hostess Twinkie snack cakes pleases me more than the gold of metal. The creamed filling, too, is worthy of the gods. Once again, Asgard's gold is for our gods. Truly, 'tis better to enjoy the golden goodness of Hostess Twinkie's snack cakes than store up gold that does not but gather dust. You get a big delight in every bite of Hostess Twinkie's snack cakes. Whew. Alright, I'll come back to this one in a minute. Enough, girl! What in the civilized systems do you think you're doing? Cooking a space ape just because a person talks about something doesn't mean she's ready to go at it. Anyway, it's that Princess Leia's fault. She's the one who set me thinking with all her blather about what, Jolly? Whap! About you and how well you kiss, you Corellian clown. First the princess lays into you, and now Jolly. What is this power you have over women, Mr. Solo? I don't know. I hope I lose it soon. Jeez. Meanwhile, in the cockpit of the Millennium Falcon at rest in the cruiser's hold, a certain 100-year-old Wookiee finishes his assigned task. Oh. Yeah, guarding him ain't my idea of fun either. If he's done with that computer tap Jack wanted, let's go. What does he mean by that? I don't know. I don't want to argue with him. And sometime later on Crimson Jack's bridge, instrument lights begin to flash. Time to drop into sublight speed, Mr. Solo. Now we'll see how accurate those charts are that you fed into our computer from the Falcons. There you are, Jack. Drexel. And it's one planet. Nobody keeps more detailed charts than an old star rover like me. What does this say on the side here? The water planet is one with dark shadows. Behind it is the sun and sun's glow. Why did they print that? Okay. Not so fast, partner. Something's wrong. According to our scanners, that's a water world. Rebels couldn't possibly have a treasury there. Well, Solo, I'm waiting to hear about this, but not very long. Jack, everything's okay. Just get the princess up here, and I'll prove that to you. Or die trying. Next issue, Day of the Dragon Lords. Look out, world! It's the mighty Marvel superhero explosion! All 5 all-new blockbusters on sale now. We've got The Mighty Thor, Captain America and the Falcon, Black Panther, The Invincible Iron Man, and Miss Marvel. All-out action as you like it! Now, more than ever, this is the Marvel Age of comics. And, of course, we have an obligatory ad for earn famous name, prizes, or cash, selling garbage to your family. Good hitting starts with the basics. Keeping your eye on the ball and using the right bat. Alright, so let's check out the Marvel Bullpen Bulletin. Where was it? Where was it? There it is. Unfortunately, no Star Words this issue. I like reading the Star Words. But here's Stan's soapbox. It's a funny thing. Not ha-ha funny. But kind of odd, no matter what part of the country I visit, the questions asked on college campuses are pretty much the same. One querulous query I'm hit with constantly is, how come Marvel is always bringing out new titles when you guys have so much trouble producing the old ones on time? Okay, to save you the trouble of laying it on me sometime in the future, I'll try to illuminate this burning issue here and now. You know, if we were just interested in doing things the easy way, we'd never change our mags. We'd just keep publishing the same titles all this time. After all, why not? They sell pretty well. We know how to do them. They're nice and safe and don't pose too many problems. So how come we're always tossing new titles, new heroes, and new concepts at you? Why knock ourselves out designing an issue of Close Encounters, doing the life story of the Beatles, coming up with Machine Man, adding Spider-Woman to our merry menage of costume cavorters? Is it because we're never satisfied unless we have too much work to do? Is it because we're gluttons for punishment? Is it because we're nuts? Probably. But mainly it's because of you, kiddo. You and the limitless legions of Marveldom assembled who bombard us with hundreds of letters a week demanding new books, new characters, and new ideas. If a few weeks go by without something unexpected and different issuing forth from the mighty Marvel Fantasy Factory, you accuse us of not doing right by you, of laying down on the job, or of growing soft and indolent. But it's not your fault. It's the age we live in. Look at TV. New shows cropping up all the time as old ones are dropped and reshuffled. Each month the public, that's you and me, Charlie, gets more and more jaded, more demanding of new products, new surprises, new types of entertainment. The whole pace of life all over the world seems to be speeding up. We seek more books, more movies, more games, more cars. We want more of everything. We want it faster and faster. But fear thee not, O faithful one. Let not a single wrinkle of apprehension furrow thy noble brow. As you can see, we're trying to give you the best of both worlds. We're keeping the world-famous Marvel lineup as intact as possible so that you can enjoy your favorites month in and month out without interruption. While at the same time, we've got dozens of brand new projects on the drawing board, new themes, new titles, new plans and ideas. After all, your own writers and artists are just like you. While they still enjoy the Marvel roster of the world's best-selling superheroes, they too want to sink their teeth into exciting new and different projects. And that's it. That's the reason for all the new stuff. Even though it gives us deadline nightmares, we're doing it for you, and we're doing it for us. Some new features will succeed, and some will fall by the wayside. Your guess is as good as ours, but that's what makes for excitement. And remember, excitement's the name of the game. So bear with us here. No matter what the future brings, we promise it won't be dull. Excelsior, Stan. As this column was being prepared, we were shocked by the unexpected death of John Verpoorten. He worked at Marvel for nearly 12 years, the last 7 of them as our production manager. To those of you who read our books, his name may not be quite so familiar as those of our regular artists and writers, but among working professionals, probably no one outside of Stan himself represented Marvel more. A production manager stands at the center of things. He oversees the flow of work as it moves from artist to writer, to letterer, to colorist, and on to the engraver and printer. And he tries to make certain that all this happens something like on schedule. Amid the collective craziness that is the Marvel style, this can be an almost impossible task. The testimony to John is not that he did the impossible, but that he did it with warmth, with humor, and with understanding. Having started in the field as an artist, older fans will remember his inking on such strips as the Fantastic Four, the Inhumans, and Captain America. May have left John with more tolerance and appreciation of all the many problems that can befall anyone producing comic books at any step of the way. Certainly there are a few staffers or freelancers for whom at one time or another he didn't bend a rule, make an exception, or go out on a limb. This wasn't a job requirement of any kind of a necessity, but it made Marvel a better place to work and ultimately probably made the work produced by Marvel better as well. Like most of us in comics, John sometimes got tired, sometimes grew cynical, but never so tired that a bit of office horseplay or silliness couldn't make him smile, and not so cynical that a well-drawn page or a well-produced book wouldn't make him look with interest. Whether he was inclined to admit it or not, John cared about comics and about the people he knew and dealt with in producing them. And in the end of all the things we'll miss about John, it's the caring we'll miss most. John Verporten, 1940 to 1977. He was only 37? Jeez, that's young. Oh, it's not focusing. Sorry about that. Marvel Comic presents the official adaptation of the Columbia Picture films by Steven Spielberg, Close Encounters of the Third Kind, a Marvel Comic super special by Archie Goodwin, Walt Simonson, and Klaus Janson. In full color for $1.50, now on sale. Alright, well that was Star Wars number 12. Hope you enjoyed it. Next week, we'll be on to Star Wars number 13. These are pretty fun. I do enjoy the Star Wars ones. I think of all the issues that we read each week, I've been enjoying the Star Wars ones probably the most. Next up is Ghost Rider number 1, which I'm sorry I don't have. It's expensive. We're gonna have to read this reprint that I paid like $1 for. Should be good enough. Alright. But we're gonna get some early 90s ads at least. That'll be different. Okay, so the original Ghost Rider representing Ghost Rider number 1. Here we go. Fleer Card Times. Fleer Ultra New Spin on NBA Basketball. Premier Edition features championship quality and Scottie Pippen. It's here at last! The NBA's top players in the already legendary Fleer Ultra format. Each card features heavy stock, marbleized borders, gold foil stamping, UV coating, color coding by team, 3D graphics, plus larger color-enhanced photos on the fronts and horizontal backs with 2 more big color photos. Then there's the best feature of all, Scottie Pippen of the back-to-back world champion Chicago Bulls. He's featured on 10 extremely limited career highlight subset cards that chronicle his rise to stardom. Plus he's signed over 2,000 of those cards for random insertion. You loved a good sports card? Me too. They're pretty fun. 3 ultra collectible subsets. Inside Series 1 packs, we've randomly inserted 15 All-NBA team cards, plus 5 Ultra Award winners, and these 20 spectacular cards are in addition to the highly collectible first-round draft pick subset that's part of the 200-card basic set. And take it from us, these babies are scarce. Ultra offer 2-card extremely limited edition Scottie Pippen subset available only by mail for $1 plus 10 Fleer Ultra 1 NBA wrappers. See pack for details. You can't buy a better baseball card. 92 to 93 Fleer Ultra Series 1. Alright. So here we go. The Ghost Rider. Stan Lee presents The Ghost Rider. Gary Friedrich, writer. Tom Sutton, artist. Sid Shores, inker. John Costanza, letterer. George Rousseau's colorist. And Roy Thomas as editor. Get some water. Early morning. The first rays of dawn are too weak to cut through the heavy fog which enshrouds a tiny cemetery in New England. Victoria Hellstrom, born March 4th, 1928, died August 21, 1953. A hand! It reaches downward through the swirling mists and places a gold cross upon a grave. A man. He stares by the grave and stares at the weather-beaten tombstone, remembering his mother, and wondering if he will ever face again a woman possessed. While across a continent, a roaring Harley-Davidson carries its Satan-possessed rider over the Arizona desert toward the bedside of his beloved. and toward possible death from a hail of police bullets just around the bend. Bullets which would be harmless to the Ghost Rider, but ever so fatal to his mortal alter ego, Johnny Blaze. The original Ghost Rider, Volume 1, Number 8, February 1993. Let's see, so, does it say? Alright. Yeah, reprints, 1973. Ghost Rider number 1 is actually from September 1973, in case you were wondering. But the police are not on his mind, nor is his constant battle to avoid the loss of his soul to Satan. On this morning, Johnny Blaze thinks only of the girl named Roxanne, the girl he loves, the girl who at this very moment may lie dying. His pulse pounds as he remembers the deadly copperheads which bit her in the midst of a ritual conducted by the mad Indian witch doctor called Snake Dance. Marvel Spotlight number 9. And bitter tears sting his eyes as he recalls the physician's fateful words. If we don't get serum, there's no way she can live. Then, banned from her bedside, he recalls being chased into the desert by police and trapped there by the treacherous witch woman in Marvel Spotlight number 11. Roy again. A desperate daughter of the devil who nearly destroyed him before failing her master and hurling herself to a fiery death on the desert floor. Suddenly, the past explodes into oblivion and the present comes rushing toward him like the Grim Reaper on a jet-propelled cycle. A roadblock. The law. Going way too fast to stop. Only chance is to crash it. Even that's a long one. But nothing's gonna keep me from Rocky as long as I'm Smash! The greatest stunt rider alive! He broke right through, but look, he's wobbling. Looks like he's lost control. Don't give him a chance to shape up. Open fire on the creep, and if you have to, don't hesitate to shoot to kill. Oh man, the cops are just going nuts. They're just like, yeah, blast him away. Jeez. He's wobbling all over the road. Hard to get a clean shot, but maybe. Gonna straighten up and get out of here. If I pile up, I'll be a sitting duck. Ugh! Got my shoulder. No way to hold on. Gonna crack up for sure. I will say I do like the colors in the reprint. They're very, very nice. Like, it's still printed on the old kind of newspaper style, but it's just much cleaner and brighter. Hand frozen to the throttle and wide open. Getting dizzy, starting to veer off the road. Oh man, this is it! Whoa! Oh damn, he destroyed his Harley. That sucks. That's one crack up that was no stunt show fake. How is he, Chief? Is he? No, but he's still breathing. But he's hurt bad. Call an ambulance. Just a second ago you were like shoot to kill. And now you're like, let's call an ambulance. He'll be lucky if he makes it to the hospital. And here we have, ooh, this is an awesome ad. Check this out. Kick some Kilrathi butt. Top game honors from Omni Compute, Computer Gaming World, Games Magazine, and Game Players Magazine. Wing Commander, the 3D space combat simulator. Freaking love Wing Commander, man. Unretouched Super Nintendo Wing Commander screens. More than 40 separate missions that get more complex as you progress. Wingmates like Spirit cover your tail as you fight the tiger-like Kilrathi. Trounce the Kilrathi and be a hero. Lose and attend your own funeral. Wing Commander like 2 and 3 and 4 have some really nice like FMV actor like filmed stuff. You've got Mark Hamill in there, you got Malcolm McDowell, you've got John Rhys Davies. Like, there's some good actors in this series. Nothing else will have you prepared for the look and feel of Wing Commander on your Super NES. Here's why. Wing Commander has incredible 3D action, full-screen explosions, 33 super stereo soundtracks, and CD game quality, but it plays on your Super Nintendo. Wing Commander is the most extremely cool 3D space combat simulator with more than 40 separate deep space missions that progress to near-suicide dogfighting with the tiger-like Kilrathi. It's like an action-adventure movie, and you're the star. Are you up for the challenge? This award-winning mega hit is now available for the Super NES. Kick some Kilrathi butt with Wing Commander. Several miles away from the crash site, yet another tragedy is unfolding on a shabby Indian reservation as an old Apache medicine man who once called himself Snake Dance discovers. This is how I found her, Sam. Staring at the ceiling, her eyes open, but unseeing. Well, what the devil's wrong with her? Does she have a fever? No, I have seen it before, many years ago. It is the work of a demon. Don't start that mumbo-jumbo again. This is no time for folklore. Call a doctor. There is no doctor for a soul possessed. She doesn't even know we're here, and she's so cold. I may be an old fool, but this I have witnessed before. You must believe me, my son. When the eyes grow wide and the skin becomes like new fallen snow, a devil is responsible. That is only Linda's body we see lying there. Her soul is gone, stolen by the forces of darkness, and there is nothing we can do to save her. Head lube and oil change, $39.99. Check out this ad. This is a 90s ad for sure. Drain your brain pan and fill her up with Mystic Quest, the world's first role-playing game especially designed for the entry-level player. It's got easy-to-read icons, constantly changing 16-bit characters, and lots of heady combat to keep your synapses greased and firing. Pick up the game before January 31 and we'll throw in a free strategy book, all for just $39.99. Mystic Quest. It's a game anybody can dip into. Final Fantasy Mystic Quest by Squaresoft. Nintendo Super NES and the official seals are a registered trademark of Nintendo of America Incorporated, 1992. Nintendo of America Incorporated. Squaresoft is a trademark of Square Company Limited. Final Fantasy Mystic Quest is a trademark of Square Company Limited, 1992. Square Co. Limited. All rights reserved. Manufacturer's suggested retail price. Oh, Mystic Quest, they really wanted the U.S. market to get on board? They sure did. They sure did. I've heard good things about it. I haven't actually played it myself. Morning, Rocky. Brought by some flowers to cheer you up. Bart, that's very sweet of you. It's good to see a familiar face. Guess I had a close call, but I feel fine this morning. Glad to hear it. We can use you back at the show since Blaze hasn't been showing up lately. But he was with me last night, Bart. He saved my life. So I heard, and I'm glad he did. Maybe I'm only Bart Slade, but Mr. High and Mighty Johnny Blaze's road manager. But I'm also worried about the cycle show. If your flame-faced boyfriend doesn't start riding, it's gonna go broke. And if that happens, all of us start collecting unemployment. So Johnny better stop this vanishing act of his and... Get cracking, nurse! We got one here at death's door. And if you ask me, you'd better call a priest instead of a surgeon. My daughter, my precious little one, it is true, there is no way to help her. Maybe not, but I love her too, and I'm sure gonna try. No, we must stay with her until the demon lets her soul rest. You stay with her, old man. I've got another idea. I must be going nuts to even consider this, yet what else can I do? I have everything to gain and nothing but the price of a long-distance call to lose. I just expect there to be an ad for like 1-800-COLLECT. I pity the fool doesn't use 1-800-COLLECT. uh, that's right, operator. Person to person. Mr. Damon Hellstrom in Boston. And would you please hurry? This is an emergency. What? Oh, the phone. I must have dozed off. Perhaps it's a customer. I could certainly use one. Yes, this is Damon Hellstrom. May it be of some service to you? My ad in the newspaper. Yes, I've placed that ad across the country, and I do specialize in expelling demons. You ever see ads in newspapers for exorcists? He ran like a classified ad or something? Is he in the yellow pages? We all must deal with the monster within. We each have our own anger and pain. Keeping it inside can do a lot of damage. Call the Boys Town National Hotline and talk to someone who can really help, no matter how serious your problems are. 1-800-448-3000. See how much better a phone call can make you feel. Dave's Comics, excitement for the eye. Dave's Comics, 70193 Chopped Road, Richmond, Virginia. Missed an issue? We have the hottest comics of the coolest prices. Spider-Man, Wolverine, Cable, Ghost Rider, X-Men, Punisher. Find out what your comics are really worth. Send $1 for a full catalog today. Most orders processed in 1 day. Draw super characters. 3 books containing over 600 instructive illustrations show you how. Learn or your money back. Book 1, $4.95. Book 2, $4.95. Super Monsters, $4.95. 2 books only $8.95, or the complete set for $13.25. Send check or money order to E. Phelps Company, Box 22401 MC, Cleveland, Ohio 44122. Top secret book safe. Sea monkeys. You can hatch a sea monkey family in minutes. The text is so small. X-ray specs. Fingerless leather gloves. Fingerless leather gloves. Nice. Mini spy camera. Really works. High school at home in your spare time. New issue comic books. 35% off the cover price. 40% off for subscriptions. Introducing the one thing Chuck Koblach and John Kruk have in common. They don't like the same breaking balls. What? They don't like the same breaking balls. Okay. Batting gloves or strike zones. But they both like Score Select, because there are only 405 cards in a Score Select set, which means only the best cards go in every pack. 405 cards? That seems like a big set. This also means you get the cards you want, so your collection looks awesome right off the bat. Crucky? Yeah, John Crucky. John Kruk will definitely be chosen for Score Select, even though he doesn't do sit-ups like Knoblauch. Knoblauch? How do you say that? He batted .323 last year. Enough said. Chuck Knoblauch will also make Score Select. Not because he's a really nice guy or because he works out a lot, because he's one of the toughest hitters in the American League. With only one series of 405 cards featuring players like Knoblauch and Krach with great photos and designs, Score Select might be the best card around, but you can be the judge of that. Score Select, we only select the best. Collector's note, Score Select's value will not be compromised. Alright. I see. It certainly does sound like a case of possession. But of course, I'm interested. It's my business. Now you say her name is Linda Littletrees. That is a gigantic Bible. It just says Holy Bible. It is giant, and it does it just have a fourth of the page taken up on every page? It just says Holy Bible at the top. Her temperature is very low, and her eyes have a yellow cast to them. Very well, Mr. Silvercloud. I believe you have a case I should investigate. We all know that the size of the Bible matters. Yes, the bigger it is, the more holy it is. But can you really help her? And if you can you get out to Arizona right away? I will depart on the next flight, Mr. Silvercloud, and rest assured I am no charlatan. Believe me, if the girl is truly possessed, I can save her. I'll see you in a few hours. So, my first case, after all these weeks of waiting. How I welcome the challenge. For years I have wallowed about in a quagmire of indecision, but now my future is set. I stand determined to stamp out the heritage of my birth, and to rid myself forever of the stigma of evil attached to this mark of Satan birthmark on my chest. Man, he was born with the mark of Satan? Excuse me, Miss Simpson. Miss Roxanne Simpson? Yes, that's me. What is it, officer? Is it Johnny? Oh, Lord, has something happened to Johnny? I'm afraid so, miss. He's been in an accident. He's in emergency right now. Seems he led our boys quite a chase last night. Then this morning he tried to run a roadblock. We had to shoot him. Then his bike crashed, and well, he's in bad shape. You fool! Can't you see she's in no condition for a shock like that? No, it's not true. Tell me it's not so. Sorry, I'm just trying to do my job. Well, you've done it, copper. So get out of here. You've done enough damage for one day. Stop it, Bart. He's only doing what he had to. We have to worry about Johnny. Yeah, sure, baby. I guess I flew out the handle because I was so shook by the news. Sorry, officer. You can go through. Oh, no, sorry, that's Bart. Sorry, officer. You can go now, though. I'll take care of her. There you go. Okay, and for the record, I hope he pulls through. He's the greatest stunt biker alive. You were just saying you wanted to shoot to kill in like 10 pages ago. Whatever he did, I'm sure he had a good reason. If he just lives to tell us about it. And elsewhere, I'm tying her to make sure nothing happens before Hellstrom gets here. I have to get to work, but call me if anything at all comes up. I will watch over her, but it is only a death vigil. There is no magic to cure her. The tired old man stares pitifully at the shell of what was once his daughter, as Sam Silvercloud takes his leave, but the aging eyes are tired, and they fail to notice a sudden glimmer in her pupils as the door slams shut behind Sam. Then slowly but surely the lack of sleep takes its toll, and as Snake Dance drifts into fitful slumber, awake, Linda Little Tree, awake, and serve your master! I told you you would have a second chance to serve me. It happened last issue. And the moment has arrived. Hello, Diggler Dirk. How's it going? How you doing? Good to see you. I hear you, master, and I will obey. You have only to ask, and I will serve. Good. Then I must ask the use of your body. My soul will possess it, while yours rests peacefully in limbo. Until such time as I can capture the soul of Johnny Blaze. What say you, my servant? Do you agree to this? Doing good, how are you? I'm doing pretty good. Doing pretty well. Just reading some Ghost Rider here. I trust you, master, and I will serve you in any way you wish. Then let your mind go blank and rest peacefully until I can return your soul to your body. You are a faithful servant, and in the end, you will be rewarded. Oh, I'm burning with a fever. Feel like I'm on fire. Mind reeling. Everything's spinning. The pain, master. Do what you must, but end the pain. It is done, Linda Little Tree lives no more. And now, still possessing all of my hell-spawn powers, I, Satan, am free to roam the earth in her body. Holy moly, she's Satan now. They swapped souls. She's no longer little Linda Little Tree. Now she's Satan. Holy moly, Satan is just... Jeez. Alright. Hail Satan. Hey, frame rate. How you doing? There, now to go forth in search of the soul of which I have been cheated. Linda! Where are you going? Stop! Out of my way, old man. I have no time to be bothered with you. Your wretched soul will be mine soon enough. Ah, you're talking crazy, Linda. And that voice, it's like a man's. It's the devil. It must be. She's possessed by Satan himself. Amazing. Ugh, head splitting. Feels like I've broken every bone in my body. Lord, I'm in the hospital, but why? How did the crash early this morning? Relax, Mr. Blaze. You've been badly injured, but you'll pull through. He's conscious, Doctor. That's a good sign, but he's still very critical. Keep him as quiet as possible. You heard the doctor, Mr. Blaze. Take it easy and try to sleep. It's almost dark anyway. Dark? But it can't be. What'll happen to me? I'm gonna keep a nurse outside his door all night, just in case. Too woozy from the painkillers to think clearly, but I must. At least they're gonna leave me alone in the room. It's a break for me, in case. Mr. Satan from DBZ. I haven't watched Dragon Ball Z. I've watched Dragon Ball, but never watched DBZ. Sleep well, Johnny. I'll check on you first thing in the morning. How can I sleep? The sun's gone down. It's almost night. Will I change, or did the accident put a stop to it? And if I do change, what kind of effects will the injuries have on the Ghost Rider? Ah! It's beginning! No way to stop it now! Evidently, nothing can change it. The transformation occurs every night, no matter what. And now, once again, I am the Ghost Rider. But my injuries? They all seem to be healed. I'm in perfect health again. Evidently, what happens to Johnny Blaze has no effect on the Ghost Rider. What do I do, though? I can't stay here. Let the doctors find me like this? Have to get away from here, at least until morning. When the sun rises, I'll have to be here. Otherwise, Johnny Blaze will die from his injuries. But I'll worry about that when the time comes. The nurses aren't watching, so now's my chance to escape. Made it. Thanks to the why can't I say this word? Thanks to the deserted service entrance. But now that I'm out, where do I go? Unless, oh no, I completely forgot. Bargle! Hey, Sharblmere. Ask no questions, mortal. Merely take me to Copperhead Canyon. I am to jump it tonight on a motorcycle. What in blazes? Oh yeah, you must be Johnny Blaze in your Ghost Rider getup. Yeah, get in, I'll take you. But cool it with that spooky voice, huh? If I don't arrive in time, Bot is liable to attempt it, and I must not let that happen. So, Johnny Blaze has been hurt and is in the hospital. So much the better. In his weakened state, he will be less apt to resist me. I'm a friend of Mr. Blaze. What room is he in? Room 210, but he isn't allowed visitors. Good thing I remembered to disguise my voice. The raspy tones of Satan, coming from a girl, might have proved disastrous. I like how Satan is thinking these thoughts. We got a thought bubble for Satan here. This is great. Alert security! Johnny Blaze has disappeared! What? Then I must leave this place. I have no time for the foolish questions of mortals. Has anyone here seen him? I don't know how he could have escaped. That girl over there was asking for him, Doctor. Miss, I'd like to ask you... What girl? There's no one over there. She was standing there a second ago. This is no joking matter, Miss Ames. The man is critically injured. And yet he managed to leave the hospital somehow. Now you give me a disappearing girl. I don't know what this is all about. But believe me, I intend to find out after you've called the police, of course. Look at the crowd! Fantastic! Soon as I jump the canyon, Blaze will be finished. All the glory will be mine. I'll never take a back seat to him ever again. This is crazy, Bart. This jump would have been risky for Johnny. For a rider with no more experience than you, it's suicide. You're wrong, Rocky, and I'm going to prove it to you. I've always been as good as Blaze, even better. Now I can prove that's the truth. Besides, the show's dying because the star's never around. If I make this jump, I can change all that. I'm going to make it. For the show, for you, for us. Just believe in me, and I'm as good as on the other side. You're wonderful, Bart, but please, be careful. And there he goes, ladies and gentlemen. A mere stand-in for Johnny Blaze is going to attempt to make cycling history. Or, as many of us fear, get himself killed in the attempt. This is Howard Gifford reporting, ladies and gentlemen, and I don't think the world of sports has ever before known a moment like this. A virtually unknown cyclist named Bart Slade is about to attempt the what Evel Knievel and Johnny Blaze have only talked about. The crowd is wrapped in a silent shroud of both eager anticipation and deadly dread as Slade's cycle roars toward the ramp as he hopes will catapult him across this vast canyon and onto the front page of every newspaper in the world. Now, a roar goes up as he hits the ramp and starts upward at more than 100 miles per hour. No one knows why Johnny Blaze didn't show up for this jump as scheduled, but at this moment, I dare say no one cares. He's halfway up the ramp, now still accelerating and looking very stable on his way to fame or disaster. Speed good, trajectory looks perfect. I'm gonna make it. I have to make it. It's all I've ever lived for. Hold your breaths along with the multitudinous throng gathered here, America. He's at the edge of the ramp and about to go hurtling through space. In a fraction of a second, we'll all know if the reward of this young man's courage is glory or death. Don't miss another issue. All orders postmarked or faxed by January 30th, 1993. Get a free Stormwatch poster by Jim Lee. Secret Defenders. The Defenders are back, this time with a team that includes Ghost Rider, Darkhawk, Gambit, Wolverine, Spidey, Cable, and more. Highlighted by a foil stamp cover, this all-new monthly team is a can't-miss. Highest possible recommendation. Hey, Spawn. Featuring a story by Alan Moore, full-color poster by Frank Miller, and stellar art by Todd McFarlane. Spawn number 8 will be hot. Recommended. Spider-Man. Oh, highlighted by a holographic metallic cover featuring the return of Carnage and Venom. Amazing Spider-Man 375 will be hot. I have that issue. It's a really cool cover. Let's see, Hellstorm, Prince of Lies. What's all this? Alien Colonial Marines comic series. That's cool. These are like all the new comics that are coming out. Man, the 90s was a fun time to be into comics. It was a lot of fun. I remember going to comic shops with my brother in like 94, 95. I was a little teeny kid, but I still enjoyed it. I got my picture taken with Wolverine once. Hey, that's kind of neat. Captain America and the Avengers arcade cabinet. Out of the arcade cabinet, exploding out of the arcades and into your Genesis. It's pretty cool art. The Wolverine? Yes, I got my picture taken with the Wolverine. That was pretty cool. And he even signed my copy of the Wolverine issue that was released that week. I think I was in like 95, maybe. As Captain America, Iron Man, Hawkeye, or Vision, it's up to you and a friend to foil the Red Skull's fiendish plan for world domination. Battle all of the Avengers' most fearsome foes in this picture-perfect Genesis version of the blockbuster arcade smash. I've never played Captain America and the Avengers. Either the arcade version or the Genesis version. It's cool though. He's airborne! He's up! Looks like he's got the speed to make it. Oh God, it's too late. All I can do is watch and pray. He looks strong at the apex of his trajectory. Now he's starting down. Please, God, let him make it. Please let him make this jump safely. He's coming fast, but it looks like he's going to make it. He appears to have the necessary distance. Yes, 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 he is going to make it. He's on a straight path for the far ramp. History is about to be made. No sweat, I've done it. Just hold her steady and a wind gust. No! Kerwoom! Oh no! The wind seems to have caught him. God help him, he's going to smash into... My God, you'll have to forgive me, ladies and gentlemen. Like the crowd here, shock has temporarily stilled my voice. Never in my career have I witnessed so ghastly, so grotesque, so horrible a tragedy. The wind blew him off course, smashed him smack into the canyon wall. No, it can't be. First Johnny, now this. Control yourself, woman. We will grieve together later. Go away, I won't answer any... Johnny! Yes, but don't ask me any questions either. There's no time for it now. Just come with me. Hey, I thought Blaze was in the hospital, but there he is. He must have escaped. Come on and grab him. Don't give him a chance to get away. She could have picked a better time to faint, but if this truck will run, we can still make it. She just fainted? What is The police have spotted me, but I have a good enough jump to lose him. If the powers that will be it, and the owner left his keys in the vehicle. At last, a little luck comes my way. Not only were the keys in it, but we also have four-wheel drive. With that, I'll be able to lose the police somewhere out in the desert. But that won't help much, not when morning dawns and I become critically injured Johnny Blaze again. Unless I can both lose the police and find my way to a hospital by sunrise, I'm as good as dead. A rundown Indian shack. I'm not going to get rich off this assignment. Oh, we're switching characters. Okay. It's a sudden switch. Hello, I am Damon Hellstrom. I believe someone sent for me something about a young girl being possessed. Yes, I am the girl's father, but you have arrived too late. My daughter is gone, broke free of her bonds like a wild animal and ran away. Now she belongs to the devil. I am sorry, but don't give up so easily. In spite of the gravity of the situation, I still may be able to help. Next, a dynamite double feature. First, in Ghost Rider number 2, shakes hands with Satan. Then, for the cataclysmic conclusion, Marvel Spotlight number 12 premieres The Mark of Satan. So I do have a facsimile copy of Marvel Spotlight number 12. So that will be the last issue of Marvel Spotlight that we are reading. I guess we're supposed to be reading Ghost Rider number 2 and then Marvel Spotlight 12. Alright, so next week will be Ghost Rider number 2 and then we'll do Spotlight 12 after that. A senses-stunning new series in the great Marvel tradition. Don't miss them. And here we have the bullpen bulletins. I don't know. How does this apply to us? Let's see. Tom talks. Who's Tom? Tom D? Hi-ho, true believer. Welcome aboard the all-new Bullpen Bulletins page. It may not seem all that different, but take a look in about a week, and another the week after that. And the one after that, well, you get the general idea. Instead of a single bullpen bulletin each month, we intend to bring you a dazzling display of this particular brand of Marvel mayhem every week. Why are we suddenly providing you with 4 times the fun? And quadrupling the workload of our already exhausted executive editor, Mark Grunwald, and his harried helper, Barry Dutter? The pace of the word the world is steadily increasing. The pace of the world is steadily increasing. The fax has replaced the letter, and video phones are on our horizon. People want their information and entertainment faster than ever. That's crazy. They're talking about the same stuff in this bulletin as Stan Lee was talking about in the last issue, which was from 1978. And this is 93. The pace of the world is just getting faster and faster and faster and faster. This is making me want to read some 2000 AD, get you some future shocks here. In an heroic effort to keep up with the ever-mounting demand, Marvel is producing even more epic thrills and chills each week. The sheer number of our peerless publications, the myriad avalanche of new formats, and the varied genres which appeal to all manner of tastes and age groups keep growing and expanding. The good news is that the quality has never been better. We're so gosh darn proud of our wondrous works that we don't want you to miss a single one of them. It's our intention to use this pulse-pounding page to keep you updated on all the newest developments and startling storylines occurring within the mighty Marvel Universe. We want to alert you to as many special events as possible so that you won't accidentally miss one because you weren't made aware of it. We want Marvel to be the comic book company you've always wanted it to be. We want to entertain, excite, and intrigue you. If you have any ideas on how we can improve this page or anything else for that matter, please feel free to write and let us know. Thanks for being there, Tom D. Whew, okay. Role-playing games. Our role-playing megaverse. There's Robotech, Heroes Unlimited, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, the role-playing game, Mechanoids, Ninjas and Super Spies, Beyond the Supernatural, Palladium, Recon, Rifts, and other role-playing games. Nice. And then here we have... What is this? Who is the Phantom Rider? This is like the old Ghost Rider. Carter Slade, I think. Last time the Phantom Riders... Okay, this is a separate thing. I guess they have bits and pieces of the 1960s Ghost Rider reprinted in the Ghost Rider reprints, which is cool. I didn't actually know that. But I'm going to skip that because I may actually do original... Well, not original, but, you know, 1960s Ghost Rider at some point. Role-playing game sounds evil. Chuck Rocks, your Super NES. I have never heard of Chuck Rock. Huh, okay. He's fat, he stinks, and he's one of the best-loved characters ever to climb his way out of the primordial slime and onto your video screen. In this rockin' new 16-bit adventure for your Super NES, you'll join Chuck Rock on his belly-bashing, odor-kicking, rock-tossing mission to rescue his wife Ophelia from arch-rival Gary Gritter. You and Chuck, who's equipped with a pea-sized brain and a nuclear body odor, have to crush some pretty strange characters, like the wild and woolly mammoth, one mean triceratops, and a saber-toothed tiger who's permanently hot under the collar. Together, you and Chucksters swim through the swamps, travel up volcanoes, and shiver your way through the Ice Age, all in the name of love. 19 levels set in 5 prehistoric worlds, eye-popping graphics, and very cool animation. If you want to rock, you gotta get Chuck Rock. You played some Chuck Rock? Is it any good? I don't even know this game. Anyway, there you go. That was the reprint of Ghost Rider #1. Next week will be Ghost Rider #2. Also, I think there's some food waiting for me, so I am going to take a break. I will be back. I'm gonna go eat, but I will be back, and we will read some Marvel Tales, Amazing Spider-Man #6, possibly some of the other stuff that's in here. Hello, Elegod. Hello. How you doing? Good to see you. Good to see you. See, I don't have a BRB screen on this computer. If I can just make something real quick. Alright, give me a second. Alright, I will be back soon. I'm gonna go eat something because I haven't eaten anything today. And I guess the food is ready. Yeah, so I'm gonna go eat, and then I'll be back and I will continue reading. So, see you guys soon. Be back. Chaotic. I don't know when you sent that, but if you're still there, hello. Alright, here we are. We're back. Back and ready for some reading. I don't know what I'm even singing, but that's okay. I like these Marvel Tales reprints. They're pretty cool. Because although they are reprints, they were printed in the 60s. So it feels very authentic. Whereas this issue of Spider-Man is very, very, very expensive. That's like, I don't know, $1,000 at least. Get a really, really messed up version for like $500 maybe. That's the first appearance of Lizard. But this here, this Marvel Tales #3, I think I paid like $15 for it. Pretty cheap by comparison. And this was printed in 1966, so only like 3 years after the original was printed. Hey, Scanline Heroes, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Hope you're doing well, having a good day. Alright, let's get started with Spider-Man #6. Here we go. Ow. Marvel's Mightiest Masterpieces, Marvel Tales #3, 25 cents. With, so I don't know if I'm going to read the entire thing, because this is kind of just a Spider-Man thing, and I have a couple other things I want to read, so I think I will probably just do the Spider-Man story, and then we'll move on to the next thing. But yeah, let's go. Marvel Tales, Smilin' Stan Lee, editor. Jolly Solly Brodsky, production associate. Rascally Roy Thomas, editorial associate. Mary Marie Severin, art associate. Spunky Stan G, coloring associate. Fabulous Flo Steinberg, associate's associate. And Honest Irving Forbish. We had another line to fill. Because you demanded it, now published bi-monthly. See Goldilocks make mincemeat of the Executioner. See Spidey get his first crack at the Lizard. See Ant-Man battling the brilliant Egghead as his own ants betray him. See Torchy escape the deadly trap of the Destroyer. So this particular reprint was, hey. Oh. Hello. Thank you for the raid. Oh, sorry. Welcome in, Raiders. How are you guys doing? Good to see ya. We're just about to begin Amazing Spider-Man #6. Hello. Hey, thank you for the follow, Baron Metz. Thank you so much. For those of you who don't know me, usually I stream retro games on, do a completely other setup. I do a lot of old stuff on the original hardware, like kind of 90s and 80s era video game stuff. But on Sundays, I read comic books. And we had just read, this is the reprint of Ghost Rider #1 from 1973. And we also read Star Wars #12 today. Hey, thank you so much for the follows, everyone. Cosmic Mercenary, how do you say that? Warzim. That's not a Q. Scanlines for the win. Hey, Nicholas, how you doing? How are you? We had our video game club and high score challenge clubs tonight for retro games. We wanted to go from club to club. Oh, that's awesome. That's super cool. Hey, Baron Metz. I love that Master System raid emote. That's cool. For Slippy sent us? Cool. Hey, For Slippy, how you doing? Scanline is our community channel that we have different show on each night. Oh, cool. That's awesome. Wow. Hey, thank you very much, Santo Sabor Padre. Oldren, Mew Mew Fan, 152, For Slippy, Owarzim, Owazrim. There we go. Cosmic Mercenary, 80s Bro Ken, Baron Metz, Scanline Heroes. Thank you all for the follow. I appreciate it. That's a whole lot of you. I'm well, thank you. Good to see that you're in good spirits. Cool. That's good. Good that you are doing well. But yeah, so every Sunday I read comic books. We are currently reading our way through the original 1977 Star Wars series that lasted until 1986. We're reading through all of those. We're reading through the original Amazing Spider-Man that started in 1962.
That was too close. You were almost a Jill sandwich.
Thank you for the Jill sandwich. Amazing Spider-Man started in Amazing Fantasy 15 in 1962, and that's what we're reading here. And then Ghost Rider, we started with Marvel Spotlight number 5, and we've been reading through that in order. We have nearly finished all the Marvel Spotlight issues. The next issue coming up in, I think, 2 issues is Marvel Spotlight
The
number
last
12
Metroid is in
on the
captivity.
Son of Satan.
The galaxy is at peace.
Thank you for the Metroid sound alert. Looking forward to catching up on the Ghost Rider and the VOD. Cool. Yeah, it's been getting kind of interesting. When they didn't tell him what the movie was and the comic is just wacky, yeah, they do some goofy stuff, yes. There's a Don Juan Quixote, who's a Jedi Knight. And there's, what's his name? Jax the Rabbit. Yeah, Jax, the carnivorous bunny rabbit. It's like a recurring character. It's fantastic. This is the one that saved Marvel's bacon back in the day, or was that an early one? Which one are you referring to? What are you asking about? I recall seeing you in Sega Fan stream, so I figured why not give you a follow, a bit of watch time. Hey, thank you, I appreciate it. I do appreciate it, and yeah, I spent a lot of time in Sega Fan streams. Oh, the Star Wars comic. I don't actually know the behind the scenes if they were like in trouble or something, but I think they were doing okay. But yeah, it was definitely a huge success and went on way longer than they expected it to. Hey, thank you very much for the follow, Boko Fittleworth. And yeah, and Hans Solo. Yes, there's an ad for an action figure of Hans Solo. It's great. Alright, well, thank you everyone who came in. I really appreciate it. I thank you for the raid. I'm going to get started reading, because that's what you came for, right? Okay. So, here we go. Let me zoom in. Very excellent. Spider-Man, face to face with the Lizard. It is common knowledge that Spider-Man is the most successful superhero since the Fantastic Four. This is the latest and possibly the greatest of all his adventures. Oh, the latest, okay. We'll show you why the mysterious masked teenager has become America's super sensation. Written by Stan Lee, drawn by Steve Ditko, and lettered by Artie Simek. A 21-page Spider-Man super epic, originally presented in Spider-Man number 6. Here we are. Oh, okay. A superhero is nothing without a super villain. And our latest supervillain appears, without warning, in the murky swamps of Florida's Everglades. This is the first encounter between mankind and the Lizard. Ditko was the man. Ditko is awesome. Yeah. Yeah, he died a few years ago, unfortunately. But, yeah, he's great. Great artist. Begone! This swamp is mine! What is it? A giant lizard, but it talks! It walks like a man! Whatever it is, it's attacking us! Ow, look! Bullets don't stop it! You try shooting him, it does nothing. I'm a huge Fantastic Four fan. Really? Awesome. Cool. Oh, you modeled your GG emote after them. That's really cool. That is super cool. I haven't read a ton of Fantastic Four, but I know they're like the thing to read when you were want to see like some of the best stuff that Jack Kirby did. And there's a lot of characters introduced in Fantastic Four. Whatever it is, it's attacking us, but look, bullets don't stop it. You dare defy the lizard? You'll pay for that folly. I don't know what voice to give the lizard. You snap that huge tree as if it were cardboard. Run! We've got to get away from here. Like wildfire, the reports of the human lizard spread throughout the Everglades, the state, and the entire nation. They say it walks, and it talks like a man. It has the strength of a dozen bulldozers. Bullets cannot harm it. What is it? Who is it? Nobody can ever track it down. Nobody would dare invade its dark domain. Even as far north as New York, the name of the lizard is on everyone's lips. Extra! Read all about the lizard. Extra! Extra! I'd like a paper too, but I'll get it my own way. He just takes it and he leaves a little coin there. And so, quietly, secretly, America's most mysterious superhero learns about the nation's newest menace for the first time. What kind of cornball gag is this? Every publicity-mad nut and his brother try to challenge me to something or another. The Bugle challenges Spider-Man to defeat the lizard. Well, I'll change to Peter Parker and go see Mr. Jameson. Maybe he'll send me to Florida to snap some photos of that lizard character. A few minutes later, at the office of the Daily Bugle. You're out of your mind, Parker. I just printed that challenge headline to sell papers. The lizard's probably just a phony anyway. I'm not paying you to waste time. But if Spider-Man does fight him, think what a scoop we could get. Don't make me laugh. If there really is a giant lizard down south, Spider-Man will never tackle him. He'd rather stay here, fighting two-bit hoods and making a rep for himself. I should have known old Hatchet Face would turn me down. Too bad, Peter. I think he should have sent you to cover the lizard story. It might be a real scoop. Thank you, Betty. I wish you were the publisher instead of just being his secretary. Next day at the Natural History Museum. I figure it won't hurt me to learn all I can about lizards, just in case. So I might as well start with the biggest ones, the dinosaurs. Hey, Liz, wouldn't you know we'd find Bookworm Parker here? Hush, Flash, I want to hear the lecture. If their intelligence had matched their size, they might still rule the Earth today. Their hides were so thick that if they lived today, no gun smaller than a cannon could injure them. My spider sense is tingling. Those two men coming in, it's due to them. No one saw us take the idol Ruby. Now let's scram. They lived in or out of water. They could crush a present-day tank. They've stolen something. I can sense it. I have to follow them. Don't like the way that kid's looking at us. Me neither. Come on. Ah, he's harmless. He's going in the other room. Lucky for him. If he came any closer, I'd have let him have it. I'll duck in here and change to Spider-Man. There's not much more I can learn about dinosaurs. So all he learned was dinosaurs could crush tanks and their hide was so thick that they couldn't be damaged except by cannons. And he's like, yep, that's all there is to know about dinosaurs. And this is a lot more fun. Uh-oh. What's the commotion out there? It's the guard. He's chasing those two. He saw them steal something, but they pulled a gun, seized one of the kids. It's Liz! Okay, so you saw us grab that ruby. Well, we're getting out of here anyway, and we're taking this gal with us for protection. Please, let them go. Don't try to stop them. They seem so desperate. You two won't get away with this. I'll say they won't. I'll see that Flash Thompson, Liz's loudmouth date isn't doing her any good. Or I see that. But Bookworm Parker has a few tricks up his little sleeve. Hold it, boys. You're missing one of the most interesting exhibits. Namely, me. It's Spider-Man. What do we do now? I'll answer that question. You hit my eager little fist with your big strong chins like this. Ugh! Ugh! Pow! Spider-Man, you saved me from those two gunmen. The pleasure was all mine, Blue Eyes. I'm just enough of a show-off to enjoy these little incidents, but I'd better cut out before someone wonders where Peter Parker is. Minutes later. Liz, come on, snap out of it. This is Flash. Don't you remember me? Flash? Flash who? All I can remember are Spider-Man's strong arms around me. Made it. Nobody even missed me. He saved me. He called me Blue Eyes. I'll never forget him. Nuts. Competition like you I can handle, Parker. But what do I do about Spider-Man? Just one thing, pal. Worry. At that moment, a boy passes by listening to the news on his transistor portable radio. The nation wonders why Spider-Man has avoided going after the lizard. That settles it. I've got to find a way to get Jameson to send me to Florida. I just got to. And so, not long after... Who's that? Well, it's not Fats Domino. Hands off your intercom, Jonah, old chum. Let's keep this nice and private. A web! Gotta get out! Get help! Hold it, Smiley. Where's your hospitality? Jameson, you've been writing editorials against me, talking on radio and TV against me, and you know something? I'm beginning to think you don't like me. Let me down! What's the rush? I have a news item for you. I'm going to accept the Lizard's challenge, so if you want to see what I can really do, you better send a photographer to Florida to cover the story. As for my web, it'll loosen in a minute, and you'll come down. Boy, will you come down. That does it. Now I have to hope he's convinced enough to send Pete Parker to Florida, because I haven't enough money to get myself... Oh my god. I haven't enough money to get there by myself. Some superhero I am, too broke to buy a plane ticket to meet a new enemy. Miss Brandt, stop gaping and call Peter Parker. I want to see him here at once. But first, put some soft cushions on the floor under me. Yes, sir. Womp. Ow! Never mind, those cushions. He's cussing. Tisk, tisk. Poor gentle Jonah. Exactly 5 minutes later. Peter, where have you been? Mr. Jameson has been looking for you everywhere. No wonder he didn't find me. I haven't been everywhere. You know, Betty, I've been wanting to ask you something. Yes, Peter? Parker, get in here. I've decided to send you to Florida after all. Try to get some pictures of the lizard, and Spider-Man, if he shows up. That's great. When do I start? Start packing now. We're leaving as soon as possible. We're leaving? That's right. Such a big story, I'm going with you. I'm not taking any chances of a slip-up. Besides, I can use a trip to Florida. Oh, brother, if he tags along, how will I be able to keep switching from Pete Parker to Spider-Man? I'll have to get permission from my Aunt May. Minutes later, at home. You want to go to Florida? That horrible lizard running loose down there? Oh no, Peter, it's out of the question. But Mr. Jameson is going with me. You mean J. Jonah Jameson, the nice man you do part-time work for? Oh, in that case, I suppose it's all right. I know that he'll take good care of you. And so, the next day, what are you lugging there, Parker? A lot of clippings about the lizard and maps of the area where he's been seen. Glad to see you're thinking ahead, Parker. You haven't sold me too many sensational pictures lately. You better not disappoint me this time. Oh, perish forbid. But unnoticed by Jonah Jameson, the sharp-eyed Peter Parker scans a few other items. Dr. Connors, the reptile expert, lives near the Everglades area. He might be of some help. Reptile expert, Dr. Curtis Connors. Finally, at the airport in Florida. I'll go and get some fresh film and equipment while you get settled in the hotel. Make it snappy. Why didn't you buy that junk in New York instead of doing it here, on my time? And once out of sight of Jameson and the others, because then I wouldn't have had a chance to change to Spider-Man, that's why. The lizard area is blocked off by armed patrols. I wonder what kind of blip I'd make on our radar screen. But although he is not detected by radar, Spider-Man is observed by something far more dangerous. The eyes of the lizard. Enemy coming. Must hide. Then attack. I don't like it. It's too quiet here. It's unnaturally quiet. It's a creepy feeling. My spider sense is starting to tingle, but I don't see anything. Ah, my foot! Something grabbed me from behind! Something powerful. I can't keep my balance. It's him! It's the lizard! Lizard or not, a glob of mud pushed in his face ought to slow him down a little. I'm out. Couldn't have held my breath much longer. Uh-oh, he's out too. Still can't figure out who or what he really is. The swampland is mine. I have warned the world, but you dared to invade my domain, and so you are doomed. Oh, jeez, that's hard to do. Sure. Every time I get around, I get doomed by someone else. Last issue, it was Doctor Doom. He's fast. His tail almost got me that time. Strange. He doesn't seem to be wearing a disguise. That grotesque form is really him. I'd better knock some of the fight out of him, if I can just hang on to his tail. Suffering spider webs! He's a dozen times stronger than I thought. Boy, when I make a mistake, it's a beaut. Look out below! Ugh! He threw me almost half a mile. Luckily, these trees broke my fall. Say, that must be Dr. Connor's house. He's the reptile expert I wanted to see. I'd better warn him how near the lizard is. Gosh, that woman in there, she's crying. I don't see Dr. Connors around. Well, I gotta speak to the woman. Warn her of the lizard. Spider-Man! Don't be afraid. I'm here to help you. I wanted to talk to your husband, ask his advice about reptiles, but there's no time now. You've got to leave. The lizard is nearby. Leave? Oh, you don't understand. My husband, Dr. Curtis Connors, is the lizard. What? To my wife, love, Curtis. Just a picture of him smiling. Let me explain. My husband was a surgeon. He lost his right arm during the war. Ever since then, he's studied reptile life. He became one of the world's leading authorities on reptiles. If a lower order of life, such as certain types of lizards, lose a leg, or any base extremity, they often simply grow a new one. If only I could learn how it's done and apply the secret to humans. Think what that would mean. A man might grow a pair of legs or arms, perhaps even new eyes, or a new heart. I've got to find the secret. Oh, Curtis, if only you could. Curtis Connors was a good husband, a good father. His son Billy adored him, and so did I. Daddy, what are you working on? Something to make you proud of me, Billy. Something to help all of mankind. After months of experimentation, The serum which I extracted from my experimental lizards worked. That rabbit grew a new leg within an hour. Now all that remains is for me to try it on a human. And what better subject can there be than myself? Curtis, are you sure it's safe? Curtis? He drank the bubbling serum before I could stop him, and then my right shoulder. Such a strange sensation. I feel life returning. And then, I've done it! I've grown a new arm! This is the greatest medical feat of all time. Look at that, he just grew a new arm. Amazing. But the change didn't end there. No, the hand, the arm, all of Curtis Connors began to change until... What has happened to me? What have I done? Curtis, what is it? No, no, stay away. Don't look at me. Trembling, sobbing like a man possessed, the creature who had been Curtis Connors raced out into the night. Curtis! He returned the next day. He tried to work on a new serum, one which would make him human again, but it was hopeless. His brain had been too dulled, too changed. Cannot do it. Must give up. And that was the end. He left a note saying goodbye. He was afraid to remain, afraid because of what he had become. Take Billy, leave, never come back. Then at that moment, Mommy! It's Billy! I thought he was taking a nap. The cry came from outside. Perhaps my spider sense will lead me to him. Meanwhile, not far away, the terrified boy races through the swamp, having seen a sight which seemed to be out of a nightmare. I did not mean to frighten you. Help! Come back! That snake! I can't get out of its way in time. Suddenly, a colorful, fast-moving figure swings down from above and... Gotcha! Ooh! No one can take me from him, or take him from me. Billy, stay up there. Don't let go. Ow! Thud! His skin is as hard as a dinosaur's armor. I almost broke my hand, and he hardly felt it. I tried to hold him with my web until... No, that's no good either. He snapped it with his tail as if it were made of paper. Just then, a female voice cries out, and it strikes a hidden chord deep within the lizard's breast. Slowly, he turns, and then silently slithers into the murky swamp. Billy! Billy! Where are you? Oh no, that's the voice of the wife. Never mind. Sorry, I thought that was the lizard. Whatever. Minutes later. My husband, did you see him? Is he... He's alright for now, but he gets much less human every minute. She's a heavy smoker. Hey, Billy! Billy! Come on, Billy! You gotta go pick up my cigarettes. Yeah. Mommy, that man saved me. I know who you are. I saw pictures of you. You're Spider-Man. That's right, Billy, and I'm going to take you home safely now. I want to see your husband's notes, Mrs. Connors, before it's too late. It's a good thing I'm a science major in high school. Yes, it's a good thing you're a science major in high school. Did schools work differently back then? Because I never majored in anything in high school. And I didn't learn shit from my classes. Anyway, so the kids made fun of me and call me a bookworm, do they? Well, this bookworm is going to find an antidote for the lizard. Gosh, are you a scientist too, Spider-Man? Hours later, we'll soon find out if I'm a scientist or not. I'll drop a pellet of the compound I created into this test tube. When it hits the solution within, if it turns green, then I've succeeded in finding an antidote. How does that work? How do you know it's going to turn green? How do you know if that's how it succeeds? Alright, here goes. It changed color! I've done it. Once the lizard drinks this formula, he'll revert to his normal self again. But there's still one problem remaining. How am I going to get him to drink it? Spider-Man, look! You are the only one who does not fear me. Oh, jeez. Once I destroy you, all mankind will tremble before the lizard. Quick, take the test tube. Don't let it spill. I've got to reason with him. You can't. He grows less human each minute. He doesn't even seem to know me now. At last I see fear in your eyes, for you know I have the power to rid the world of Spider-Man. My skin is as hard as armor, and my muscles are equally strong, stronger by far than yours. Ah, he's right. He's hurling that huge oak desk as if it's weightless. Oak is nice. How helpless you are in the face of my battering attack. Don't know where to turn. His arms, his tail, all striking at once. Such strength. It's unbelievable. Oh! Within a few savage seconds, the unequal battle is ended. Now there is none to stop me. Now I am supreme. All I need to do is feed my serum to other lizards, crocodiles, alligators. I'll build a mighty lizard army. But the lizard has made his first serious mistake. Underestimated the strength and stamina of his super foe. Oh, Spider-Man, thank heaven you're still alive. You knocked the wind out of me for a minute, but he's stronger than I guessed. It is not only his strength that was affected, but his brain. He plans to inject his serum in giant lizards, making them like he is, creating a savage, super powerful lizard army. This is so ridiculous, I love it. Do you realize how many lizards there are on Earth? Mankind wouldn't stand a chance. He must be stopped quickly before he creates the first super lizard. Otherwise, they will multiply too fast to ever be checked. Here's the antidote, but how will you get him to drink it? I don't know yet, but the first thing I must do is track him down. You and your son will remain here. I don't think he will return. He is stronger than you, and he's become ruthless. Perhaps you should get help. There isn't time for that. Whatever must be done by Spider-Man alone. I'll build some web swamp shoes for my feet. This is ridiculous. Some web swamp shoes. Don't hurt him, Spider-Man. He's still my father. The boy's right. Beneath the savage exterior of the lizard is a decent, talented man. But how can I defeat him and save myself without harming him? Luckily, his trail is still recent enough for my spider sense to track him, and I can keep these swamp snakes at bay as long as my web fluid holds out. I sense him more clearly than ever now. He must be inside that old abandoned Spanish fort. There's an old abandoned Spanish fort in the middle of Florida? Alright. And now for the showdown. There is, but am I too late? The scene is so amazing, so fraught with drama, that Spider-Man takes a few fast pictures of it as he frantically tries to plan his next move. He's surrounded by huge alligators, but they seem to be obedient to him. And now for our great moment, my pets. We shall be the first of Earth's new rulers. The humans will have no place to run, no place to hide from us. For the lizards are part of the reptile family, which includes you, the snakes, and all the crawling hordes. Think of the countless millions of reptiles in these Everglades alone. Once I spill my serum in the murky waters, nothing will stop the birth of a new race of lizard creatures. And I shall be the master of an entire planet. Now, follow me while I go to prepare the serum. Our supreme moment is near at hand. Good, and I'm still in time. He hasn't started his deadly chain reaction yet. Oh, sorry, I'll move that over. But unexpectedly, the ancient time-worn mortar crumbles beneath Spider-Man's weight, and I'm falling! You still live! Well, it solves my first problem, the problem of when to attack. Looks like it's now or never. Get him, my pets! Spider-Man must never leave here alive! Boy. Focus, focus, focus. Here we go. There we go. You've had all the innings so far, fella. Now it's time for Spider-Man to show what he can do. First, I'll get up to the top turret where the alligators can't reach me. Ah, he forgets there are thousands of different kinds of lizards on Earth, and I have the powers of all of them. Has he never seen a gecko lizard slither up a wall? He beat me to the top. Now I'm trapped between the lizard and the gators below. They're battering the wall to make it crumble. Can't stay up here much longer. When you talk about powers, pal, don't forget that spiders have a few themselves, such as the power of swinging on their webs. Bah! That is nothing. You're only postponing the eventual outcome. Sooner or later, I will destroy you. I ought to have a record made of that line. I hear it all the time. Don't you realize yet that your web isn't strong enough to hold me? Well, you can't blame a guy for trying. Gotta keep him on the move so that he forgets to grab his serum and toss it into the swamp. For if it should spill into the swamp, we humans will never be able to stop the new race of lizard creatures that will emerge. Oh my gosh. You may be stronger than me, Liz, but I still say you're too slow to keep up with me. Now all I have to do is flip back and bolt the door behind me. The gators! How did they get here so fast? Good thing this door bolts from both sides. Now it's just you and me, Spider-Man, and there's no way for you to escape me. Wherever you go, I can follow. Can't go any higher. He's right under me. Don't dare let him grab me with those powerful arms. Now! Nice try, but you've got to be faster than that to snag a spider. Thud! Hey, it's like the cover art here, right? Check it out, right there. Yep. As Spider-Man plunges toward the floor below, grasping his life-saving strand of web in one hand, he lunges out skillfully and... Wah! Gotcha! Then in midair, the amazing Costume Crusader summons all his speed, his unerring skill, his lightning-fast reflexes, and whisks a small vial from his belt. Thanks for joining me, Lizard. It's lonesome tumbling down alone. If I miss now, there may be no second chance for me. Hold it, Liz. This'll only take a second. I did it! Now if only... Ugh! Your time has run out, Spider-Man. Now, to finish you off. Why doesn't the serum work? What did I do wrong? What? Ugh! His tail. It's like a runaway sledgehammer. Ugh! I warned you that you were no match for me. And now we will end this forever. As soon as I have disposed of you, I will spill my serum in the swamp and the world will be mine. Gotta stop him. Can't give up. But suddenly, my head! My brain! What? What is happening to me? His hands are losing their scaly quality. It's the serum. It's working. I haven't failed. And then, before the startled eyes of Spider-Man, the ancient crumbling half-hidden fortress, in the ancient crumbling half-hidden fortress, a fantastic change takes place. He's an anamorph. I'm human again. The nightmare has ended. Oh, at last it's over. You have only one arm again. Every last vestige of your lizard identity has vanished. Without the lizard controlling those alligators, it's a simple matter for Spider-Man to keep them at bay. And now, I'll take you home, Dr. Connors. A short time later, oh, my darling, if not for Spider-Man, I might never have held you in my arms again. Oh, Curtis, I can't believe you're really back. I tampered with the forces of nature, which must not be tampered with, when I think what might have happened. Hush, my darling. It's all over now. You must try to forget it. I'll burn my notes. No one else must ever repeat my experiments. But now, what price must I pay for what I've done, for the terrible havoc I almost wrought? You broken no law, and luckily you were stopped before you could do any harm. I suggest we just keep this whole affair a secret, among the three of us. Bless you, Spider-Man. We'll never forget you. The next day. Still no sign of your photographer, Mr. Jameson. I want us to send out an all-state alarm. All I know is I'm paying a fortune in hotel bills and not getting what I came for. Say, isn't that Peter Parker? Fits the description you gave us. Hi, Mr. Jameson. I've been looking for you. You've been looking for me? Why, you brainless incompetent... Hold it. Don't say anything you'll regret. Just look at these pictures of the lizard. Look how great they'd look in your paper. Or think how great they'd look in your paper. The lizard? How did you ever get these pictures? I bought them from an old Indian guide I met at the edge of the Everglades. Well, you wasted your money. Can't you even tell a fake photo when you see one? Wait, stop. Don't tear them. You fool! There is no lizard. The whole thing must have been some sort of publicity stunt. And where's Spider-Man? Why didn't you get some pictures of him? You and your big talk. You promised me sensational photos, and all you bring me is a batch of worthless fakes. You've wasted enough of my time. Get packed. We're returning to New York. But, okay, I'll pack. What about the money you promised me, Mr. Jameson? For what? The way I figure it, you owe me for your plane fare down here and half of the hotel bill. Finally, a weary Peter Parker reaches his home. Gee, it's good to be back, Aunt May. Now don't get too comfortable, Peter. I have a lot of chores for you to do after your nice rest in Florida. Oh, sorry. Rest? But, okay, Aunt May. Just let me call Betty first and see if she'll date me tomorrow. Oh, I forgot. She's working. She's working late for Mr. Jameson. Well, I'll try Liz Allen then. Hi, Liz. This is Peter. How about tomorrow night? Peter Parker, I'll tell you what I told Flash Thompson, and I'll thank you not to call and tie up my phone. I'm waiting for a call from Spider-Man. After him rescuing me the other day and calling me Blue Eyes, I'm sure he'll call. And I don't want the line to be busy when my dream man phones. Oh no, she thinks Spider-Man has a crush on her, so she won't waste time dating plain old ordinary Peter from Bullville. Only a guy with my nutty luck could end up being his own competition. And at the office of J. Jonah Jameson, Spider-Man is also very much the topic of conversation. You mean he sent it through the mail, Miss Brandt? Yes, sir. After all, I guess Spider-Man can mail a letter like anyone else. It says, roses are red, violets are blue, I'm still at large, so phooey to you. Well, don't just stand there. Tear it up. Burn it. Oh, I'll get that masked menace if it's the last thing I do. Editor's note. Big news. Next issue will feature the sensational return of one of the greatest villains of all, the astounding Vulture. Reserve your copy at your dealers now. See you soon. The end. There you go. That was it. Yeah. That's Amazing Spider-Man number 6. Cool. And, I'm gonna leave the other stories here for another time, because I have some other things I want to read. Hope you guys enjoyed The Tale of the Lizard. Great performance as always. Thanks. Thanks, Nicholas. Okay. So last week I promised that this week we would check out Pizzazz. So let's check it out. Let's take a look at this. The Secrets of Spider-Man. See how this comic strip is drawn. Sean Cassidy, full color poster calendar. We dare you to play the Wheel of Chance sports game. Skip the ho-ho-hos. Who's got a helmet? TV records, movies, stories, puzzles, Star Wars, and other great comics. I have no idea anything about this. I just bought it for like $6 at my local comic shop, and there were a lot of ads for this in some of the comics we've been reading lately. So let's just check it out. See what's in here. And then I have one more thing I want to read if we have time, which we might. Alright, so Spalding presents Street Ball with Rick Barry and Dr. J. Hey look, it's Rick Barry and Dr. J. Glad to see you're playing with a Spalding rubber ball like I grew up with. Yeah, those vinyl balls are just too slick. Oh, what difference can the ball make? My man, for real ball handling, you need that Spalding touch. What moves? He plays up in the lights. Now it's my turn, Julius. A 30-footer. Swoosh! What a magic touch. You don't need magic, just practice with a Spalding autograph ball. It's got a rubber cover, so you can really get a grip on it. I believe it. I believe it. If you want the ball with a sure-handed feel, look for our signature at your sporting goods dealer. Other autograph balls are signed by Wilt Chamberlain, Pistol Pete, and Ernie D. That's a cool emote, Cosmic Mer Canary. Is that a Mega Man character? Alright, let's check this out. Pizzazz, a phenomenal new movie, Close Encounters of the Third Kind. Hey, we just had, what year is this? This is copyright 1977. Okay, so this would be like really close to the time that the Star Wars that I've been reading. Oh, it's retro perspectives. Oh, I guess other people have it too. That's Mega Man. Cool. So this kind of fits in with some of the Star Wars stuff we've been reading. Alright, well, let's just check this out. So we got a thing here on Close Encounters of the Third Kind. A phenomenal new movie. It's almost dark. The first stars are out. You look up at the sky. Want to focus? Okay, this might have a little bit of troubles because I'm not used to reading magazine-sized stuff on here. And if I zoom in, it's just going to be, like, tough to see anything, so. It's almost dark. The first stars are out. You look up at the sky and see, hovering overhead, a large, dark, pulsating object, an unidentified flying object. Could this actually happen to you? Do UFOs exist? Read about the exciting new movie that considers these compelling questions. By Mark Evanier. It has been filmed with all the secrecy of an alien invasion. This movie, called Close Encounters of the Third Kind, at locales in Alabama, California, Wyoming, and even India. The filmmakers have gone about their business with as little fanfare as was humanly or even inhumanly possible. The title deserves immediate explanation. There are many scientists who study reports of unidentified flying objects. Reported sightings are divided into 3 categories. A close encounter of the first kind is a sighting at a close range. A close encounter of the second kind is a sighting which has been which has left behind some physical evidence. For example, someone claims to have seen a flying saucer land, and researchers find the land scorched on that site. Lastly, if the alien beings actually make contact with an Earth person, that is called a close encounter of the third kind. And that's what this film is all about. I actually did not know that. That's kind of neat. More specifically, it's about a man named Roy Neary who has seen UFOs near his home in Muncie, Indiana. You know, I don't think I've ever actually seen this movie. He reports his sightings to the authorities and is rudely ignored. The officials at various government agencies try to discourage him from pursuing the mystery of the UFOs, and the more they warn him, the more determined Roy Neary becomes to get the answer. He joins forces with a young woman named Jillian Geiler, who also saw the UFOs and who believes they may hold the key to the disappearance of her son. Together, they cover the world, tracking down reports and leads, crossing paths with Claude Lacombe, a noted French researcher in the UFO field. It's a pretty good movie. I'll have to check it out sometime. All of this is the vision of Steven Spielberg, who both wrote and directed Close Encounters of the Third Kind, and who began it while working on his previous film, Jaws. To go from the undersea terror of Jaws to the cosmic riddle of Close Encounters was quite a jump, though one for which Spielberg was prepared. Long fascinated by the subject of UFOs, he had made an 8mm film on the topic while in high school. Now, with the resources of Columbia Pictures behind him, he has set about creating a film to explore the notion of UFOs, to ask the viewer to ponder what life forms there might be out in space. The visions called for by Spielberg's script required a master special effects coordinator. A camera can only see what's before it. If you want to photograph a spaceship, you need a specialist in camera trickery, such a specialist is Douglas Trumbull, whose previous credits include the photographic wizardry of Silent Running and 2001: A Space Odyssey. Trumbull leaped at the chance to work on Spielberg's project. I've been interested for several years in doing a UFO film. The idea of creating UFOs with what we have at our disposal and making them seem absolutely real, that was both challenging and appealing, Trumbull says. He assembled a top crew to build and manipulate the special miniatures necessary to tell the story. A small spacecraft model must be carefully photographed, with lights placed just so, in order that it not look like a miniature. It's an exciting craft, and one in which Doug Trumbull is particularly skilled. Director Spielberg assembled a fine cast, including Richard Dreyfuss, with whom Spielberg worked in Jaws, and filmmaker Francois Truffaut as Lacombe. The result is a masterfully made film that challenges us to deny that there is life on other planets, and to wonder what will happen when we finally meet it. It may very well be a close encounter. Steven Spielberg, director of Close Encounters of the Third Kind, also wrote the screenplay. He considers this film the most difficult and challenging of his career. Neat. Pit yourself against Comp 4, a mind-boggling electronic challenge of deduction. Comp 4, the challenging computer numbers game. Match wits with Comp 4, the electronic game that tests your logic against your opponents. Comp 4 generates 3, 4, or 5-digit numbers at random, and it's up to you to figure out what that random number is. In the fewest entries, every time you enter a trial number, Comp 4's lighted display will indicate how many digits in your guess are correct, and how many digits are in the correct position. Sometimes you'll miss entirely, sometimes you'll hit the correct number in 2 or 3 tries, but by making cool calculations from Comp 4's clues, you could become a champion of deduction, and the envy of your opponents. Enter 537. Good try. Lights indicate that 2 of your chosen digits are correct, and 1 of the digits is also in the right sequence. Try 437. Very lucky guess. The lights indicate all 3 digits are now correct, but still only 1 is in the correct position. On a hunch, you try 734. All lights flash to indicate you've hit the number. By guessing correctly that 3 was the center digit and changing the positions of 4 and 7, you've won in only 3 turns, and that's not easy. It's kind of neat. News and preview, or reviews and previews. It's Wordle with numbers. Yeah, exactly. Christmas specials. It's December, and your TV screen will be decked with Christmas ornaments in the form of specials. They're exceptionally colorful this year. Unwrap NBC's present on December 4th, and you'll find the Annie Christmas Show, a behind-the-scenes peek at how the Broadway smash Annie was put together. It has everything from the finding of 8 little girls with big voices to play the orphans, to the training of Sandy, Orphan Annie's faithful canine companion, and the big show stealer. ABC's Goody, shown December 11th, is 2.5 hours long. That's a lot of wrapping paper. It Happened One Christmas stars a distressed Marlo Thomas who's rescued by a bumbling angel played by Cloris Leachman. ABC promises that It Happened One Christmas will become an annual holiday feature. CBS offers an exciting new version of an old Christmas favorite, The Nutcracker. This ballet production features superstar Mikhail Baryshnikov as the prince. The princess, danced by Gelsey Kirkland, looks delicate and dewy, and Baryshnikov makes his famous high leaps. You'll actually find yourself crying, ooh, and ah, in sheer delight. Jamie Bernstein. The Grateful Dead, Terrapin Station, Arista. It's Resurrection Day for the Grateful Dead freaks. Fans of this musical cult will no doubt make a beeline for their nearest record shop to get their hot little hands on Terrapin Station, the group's latest disc. Good evening, Jeremiah Scott Norris. How you doing? Good to see you. We are currently reading a 1977 issue of Pizzazz, which is a Marvel published magazine. Nevertheless, disappointment will reign if they expect the usual Jerry Garcia guitar extravaganzas. They are there, but tightly integrated with the orchestral backgrounds. Sound repetition, a classic Dead feature, zings to new heights in this album. It drives you up the wall, yet makes your eardrums vibrate deliciously. Greetings, Jeremiah. Fancy seeing you here. Bob Wire's vocals sizzle the arrangement of Dancin' in the Street jives, and the whole epic second side spawns a long, fantastic improvisation. So plug in your turntable and enjoy a dazzling musical trip to Terrapin Station. Denver Oldham. My year? 1977? That's your year? Movies. Okay. Three Warriors. Roots Indian style? Well, Three Warriors from United Artists takes you back only 2 generations, but it manages to build the gap between a city-dwelling Indian boy of 13 and his aging grandfather, who has lived on a reservation all his life. Michael, played by Maki Kiko Redwing, a Navajo Indian, is forced to return to the reservation to visit his ailing grandfather, played by Apache Charles White Eagle. A tough city kid, Michael has no use for his Indian heritage or his grandfather's dumb Indian teachings. You were born in 77? That's awesome. Before John Cena by 1 day. 1 day, nice. That's fantastic. That's really cool. That was really cool. But yeah, we've been reading 1977 Star Wars. Where did I put it? Where did it go? Oh yeah, yeah. So I read. We've been reading the original Star Wars stuff and some early Ghost Rider stuff. We got this one. Let's see. This one would be 1975, I think, and this one's 1976. But yeah, we've been working through early 70s and late 70s and some 60s Spider-Man, whatnot. Yeah. Also, if we have some time, I really want to get to this. 1977, 2000 AD, number 1. The very first. So yeah. If my voice isn't dead by the end of this magazine, maybe I'll get to that. Otherwise, I'll leave that for next week. Let's see. Okay. The day after his arrival at the reservation, Michael accidentally comes upon a gang of horse rustlers. That encounter, along with a lame horse and a rugged wilderness journey with his grandpa, changes Michael's opinions. Hold on, let me see if I can do this, and then can I, like, adjust this a little bit? There we go. That seems better, I think. Sorry. I have Eric Clapton Slow Hand LP that came out in '77. Oh, awesome. That's cool. That is real cool. Where was I? Rugged wilderness journey with his grandfather changes Michael's opinions. He learns the ways of the Indian and succeeds in capturing the eagle's feather, a symbol of strength and courage. Three Warriors was filmed on location in the lush forests of Mount Hood and on the Warm Springs Indian Reservation in Oregon. The picture has adventure, drama, and an ending that's sure to leave you cheering. Sally Couse. No for cocaine and Lay Down Sally. Oh, known for cocaine. That's funny. I haven't listened to a whole lot of Eric Clapton. My friend's dad is super, super, super into Eric Clapton. Like, really big Eric Clapton fan. I've listened to a little bit. It's usually playing when I go over there. But, yeah, I would give him a little bit more of a listen to, I think. Ghosts I Have Been by Richard Peck. Viking. Oh, these are books, okay. If you've ever peered warily into the darkness or pulled the covers over your head at night because of a peculiar noises from behind the door. If you've ever asked yourself, despite all the scientific explanations, are there really ghosts? Blossom Culp is the person to consult. Oh, those are two of his most popular songs? I see. I see. Are they on that LP? Blossom seems to be a simple small-town girl of 14, but she has the second sight. With it, she can not only see, but travel into the other world, with its wandering specters and tormented haunts. Because of the psychic gift, her fate is linked with spirits in the unknown. But why, Blossom wonders, does the ghost of a small boy choose to haunt her? And what has the ill-fated ship, the Titanic, to do with the Blossom Culp? The spine-tingling answer lies in Blossom's own story, told in Ghosts I Have Been, Richard Peck's new novel of psychic powers. Elizabeth Welland. Hello, St. Kim 1111. Is that 4 ones? That's 4 ones. How you doing? Good to see you. Okay, they're both on that? Okay, cool. Cool. How are you? I'm doing fine. We're currently reading Pizzazz magazine from 1977. It's a Marvel publication. Elizabeth Welland, a native New Yorker, shares her cozy Greenwich Village apartment with a roommate and two crazy felines, one dazzling white, the other jet black. A country girl at heart, she loves to ride horseback and go camping. Alright, what is this? BoobTube. Hi, Sandy. I just saw the greatest TV show. It's filled with crime, violence, killing, riots, disasters, assassinations, and sex. I hope they don't take it off the air. It's called the 6 o'clock news. Huh? Oh, it's Kimura. Oh, you changed your name. Okay. How you doing? Super scale. You've probably never built anything so big. Ever put an airplane together with a 32-inch wingspan, a car that's over 20 inches long? Well, now you can with Monogram's super scale models with details and authentic colors that'll amaze you. The 32 Forge Street rod's got a beautiful V8 engine that's so accurate, it even includes fuel and ignition lines. The tires are super wide and the steering mechanism really works. How about building the biggest plastic plane model ever? That's the historic B-29 Super Fortress. Bomb bay doors open and it includes crew members and a highly detailed interior kit. Monogram Superscale kits start one soon. right down to the last detail. You can get a Jaguar XKE, a 32 Ford Street Rod, a 65 Corvette Stingray, a B-52D Strata Fortress, B-17G Flying Fortress, Huey Chopper UH-1B, a B-24J Liberator, and a B-29 Super Fortress. You know, this model looks really familiar, actually. I used to have this, like, massive plane model as a kid. I wonder if it was this. Huh. Lay Down Sally was later recorded pretty much verbatim by Red Sovine, which I didn't know until more recently that Eric Clapton wrote the song and Red Sovine recording made it a country classic. I don't know this Red Sovine. I don't know him. I guess I'm not too big into a lot of country music, but that's cool. Alright, what's this? How to get rich in sports. What is this? At last, a word game that doesn't have 4 pages of instructions, nor zillions of letter cubes to lose. Easy to learn, paper ball games take skill to play. If you like Scrabble, Boggle, and Word Dice, you'll want to find a friend and get right down to serious play with Paper Ball Game number 2. A game for 2. One's red, one's green. Vine, not Vine. Oh. Okay, Sovine. Got it. Make a pea-sized paper ball. Each turn, toss it onto the wheel of chance 7 times. Write your 7 letters on a sheet of paper. The point of the game is to make words with your letters. The direction beneath each playing field tells you what kind of word to make. Okay. When you have enough letters to make a word that you need, write it in your space. Then go on to the next playing field. Whoever gets 6 words first wins. Alright. Let's tear off a little piece of paper here, wad it into a little ball. We're straight up reading a magazine. I love this. I love Boggle. How about you? I don't think I've ever played Boggle. Yeah, we're reading a old magazine from 77. Alright, so I got a little piece of paper. Toss it onto the wheel of chance 7 times. Hey, I got a A. Okay, I missed. Okay, there's a T. I don't have a pencil. Do I have a pencil? Oh, there's a pencil. Okay, so we have an A, a T. Nope. Oh my gosh, I can't. I can't land the damn thing. Oh my goodness. There we go. There's an S. Here's a Y. I don't know how to play this game. Oh, there's a P. And we need 2 more. Nope. There's a U. And an M. Alright. There's ATSYPUM. Got it. Okay, so write your 7 letters on a sheet of paper. I did that. Make words with your letters. The direction beneath each playing field tells you what kind of word to make. When you have enough, how do you choose which? What? When you have enough letters to make a word that you need, write it in your word space. Oh, we're trying to fill in how many. Okay. Oh, so you start and then you try to make a word and then there and there and there. Okay, got it. So what kind of word? Star on a baseball team. Mets, Indians, Astros, etc. Wait, is that like a player name? Because I don't I don't know baseball players. Plummet. Plummet? Stam? Babe Ruth? I don't have a B. I also don't have an R. I got ATSYPUM. What? I don't know. Coach a football team? Oh, geez. If I don't know player names, I definitely don't know coach names. Buy a basketball team? Knicks, Lakers, Celtics, etc. Huh? Basketball team? We got... What? Michael Jordan. Alright, I think I'm just gonna move on. Can I get any of these? Hockey team, soccer team. Okay, can we get any, like, one word related to any of these things? With ATSYPUM. If I had an E, I could put Mets. But I don't have an E, I got an A. I could put Mats or Mutts. uh, Dr. J was a basketball player? Stumpy? I know that field, Jeremiah. Oh yeah, I can play Boggle pretty good. My father can't play any word game without making up words. Yeah, I feel like I'm making up words now, because I don't know. Alright, whatever. Let's continue. We gave it a try. Oh, what's this? The Gift by Ray Bradbury. Dr. J, Dr. Dre's cousin. How would you go about telling a small child that he can't have a Christmas present? If you live far enough in the future, you might make it up to him in the same imaginative way Ray Bradbury envisions in this Christmas fantasy of the year 2052. 2052. Hey, that's pretty soon. Tomorrow would be Christmas, and even while the three of them rode to the rocket port, the mother and father were worried. It was the boy's first flight into space, his very first time in a rocket, and they wanted everything to be perfect. So when at the customs table, they were forced to leave behind his gift, which exceeded the weight limit by no more than a few ounces, and the little tree with the lovely white candles, they felt themselves deprived of the season and their love. The boy was waiting for them in the terminal room, walking toward him. After their unsuccessful clash with the interplanetary officials, the mother and father whispered to each other, "What shall we do?" "Nothing, nothing. What can we do?" "Silly rules." And he so wanted the tree. The siren gave a great howl, and the people pressed forward into the Mars rocket. The mother and father walked at the very last, their small pale son between them, silent. "I'll think of something," said the father. "What?" asked the boy. And the rocket took off, and they were flung headlong into dark space. The rocket moved and left fire behind and left Earth behind, on which the date was December 24th, 2052. Heading out into a place where there was no time at all, no month, no year, no hour. They slept away the rest of the first day. Near midnight, by their Earth time New York watches, the boy awoke and said, "I want to go look out the porthole." There was only one port, a window up on the next deck. "Not quite yet," said the father. "I'll take you up later." "I want to see where we are and where we're going." "I want you to wait for a reason," said the father. He had been lying awake, turning this way and that, thinking of the abandoned gift, the problem of the season, the lost tree, and the white candles. And at last, sitting up, no more than 5 minutes ago, he believed he had found a plan. He need only carry it out, and this journey would be fine and joyous indeed. "Son," he said, "in exactly 1/2 hour, it will be Christmas." "Oh," said the mother, dismayed that he had mentioned it. Somehow she had rather hoped that the boy would forget. The boy's face grew feverish and his lips trembled. I know. Will I get a present? Will I have a tree? You promised." Yes, yes, all that and more, said the father. The mother started, but I mean it, said the father. I really mean it. All and much, much more. Excuse me now. I'll be back. He left them for about 20 minutes. When he came back, he was smiling. Almost time. Can I hold your watch? Asked the boy, and the watch was handed over, and he held it ticking in his fingers as the rest of the hour drifted by in fire and silence and unfelt motion. It's Christmas now! Christmas! Where's my present? Here we go, said the father, and took his boy by the shoulder and led him from the room, down the hall, up a rampway, his wife following. I don't understand, she kept saying. You will. Here we are, said the father. They had stopped at the closed door of a large cabin. The father tapped 3 times and then twice in a code. The door opened and the light in the cabin went out, and there was a whisper of 4 voices. Go on in, son, said the father. It's dark. I'll hold your hand. Come on, Mama. They stepped into the room, and the door shut, and the room was very dark indeed. And before them loomed a great glass eye, the porthole, a window 4 feet high and 6 feet wide from which they could look out into space. The boy gasped. Behind him, the father and mother gasped with him, and then in the dark room some people began to sing. Merry Christmas, son, said the father, and the voices in the room sang the familiar carols, and the boy moved forward slowly until his face was pressed against the cool glass of the port, and he stood there for a long, long time, just looking and looking out into space and the deep night at the burning and the burning of 10 billion white and lovely candles. Let me catch up on the chat here. 2052, the world will most likely still not be in space. Yeah, probably not. I'm thinking about the song by Run DMC, You Be Illin'. One of the verses was about the main person being at a basketball game. Oh, okay. Today you want a ticket to see Dr. J, front row seat, in free. No pay, radio hands, snacks by feet. Game's about to start, you kicking popcorn to the beat. You finally wake up, Doc's gone to town, around his back, through the hoop, then you scream, touchdown, you be illin'. Okay. I want to open a porthole. Face gets sucked out. Merry Christmas, son. So what do you guys think of that story? What do you guys think? Any good? Hey, look, it's Stan Lee when he was young. How the Spider-Man newspaper comic strip is created. It was a classic Christmas story, but in space. Funny? Interesting? Okay. By David Anthony Kraft. Doing the syndicated Spider-Man newspaper strip is a blast. At least that's what Smilin' Stan Lee, peerless publisher of Pizzazz, says, and he ought to know because he's also the guy who created the old webhead way back during the early days of the Marvel Age of Comics. Not only that, but he's the lucky guy who scripts the daily exploits of the woebegone web spinner in your local neighborhood newspaper. Bradbury is one of the giants of sci-fi, but that's not my favorite of his. Yeah, it's kind of cheesy, but whatever. Indeed, along with an amiable artist who specializes in arachnids, Jazzy Johnny Romita, Smilin' Stan puts together the pulse-pounding, power-packed antics of the world's best-selling and most offbeat superhero. How they do it is an exciting story in itself, and involves a titanic team of creative troopers who toil merrily at the mighty Marvel bullpen to bring you the best Spider-Man stories possible. Here's how they do it. First, Smilin' Stan has a pell-mell plot conference with his stalwart associate editor, Jim Troubleshooter, during which the two of them discuss the Spidey storyline and select a satisfying sequence of events. After Jim has typed up a week's worth of wild and woolly plot lines, Romita sneaks into action with a series of pencil sketches based on the basic plot breakdowns. Sometimes the jazzy one's artistic offspring, John Jr., helps his dad draw the drama-drenched doodles. Yeah. Then the rough pencil sketches are shot back to Stan for scripting in a veritable frenzy of inspiration. He types out the dynamically terse dialogue and draws the approximate balloon shapes wherein he wants the final letters to appear. At this strategic point in the process of producing the Spider-Man strip, one of Marvel's Lilton letterers is called upon to hand print the deathless dialogue in India ink. Usually, this thankless task is painstakingly performed by either Diamond Jim Novak or Indelible Irv Watanabe, and then the artwork is returned to Jazzy Johnny for a frantic finishing. They love their alliteration, don't they? Detail is added to the amazing pencil art, and when everything is looking just right, Johnny uses his pen and brush to apply ink to his incredible illustrative renderings. The result is a senses-tingling series of super special Spidey daily strips is shown to stand for any last-minute changes or corrections that might serve to improve upon an already outstanding set of contemporary comic strip classics. However, in the case of the Cataclysmic Sunday Spidey strip, which unlike the dailies is printed in color, there's still one last step. The finished art is reproduced by photostat and brushed to brilliant beauty with sparklingly bright watercolors by Mirthful Mary Severin, or Marie, before being blasted off to be printed in noteworthy newspapers all across the nation. See? Just like we said, doing the sensational and always spectacular Spider-Man strip is a kick for everyone at Mighty Marvel because it's the biggest, it's the best, and it's a bombastic blast to boot. An inveterate writer-editor for Marvel Comics and sometimes summer motorcyclist, David Anthony Kraft is afflicted with terminal media mania and obsessed by the desire to make $1 million by the time he's 30. Aren't we all? These words and names? Yeah. Strategic point. Present yourself and your friends with pizzazz, a genius idea for holiday gifts because it keeps on coming all year long. You save money too. For a subscription is $6. Each additional subscription is $5. To order, just fill out the info and drop the handy envelope in the nearest mailbox. We paid the postage for you. Big holiday savings. Present yourself and your friends. Okay. Luke Cage, better known to the hosts of Marveldom as Power Man, has opened all his presents except for one. He's baffled by so much trimming on the tree. Can you avoid the empty boxes and help Luke locate Claire's Christmas present? Get out your pencil and start hunting. Solution on page 32. Oh, so that's the present right there. Come on, Luke. If you can outwit Bushmaster, you can find my present. It's like one of these maze things. So if we go this way, right there, and then we go up here, and then we go over there, and then we go over here, and then we go up here, and then we go up there, and there. I did it. There we go. I did it. Hand drawn is not cheap to buy or have done. Oh yeah, for sure. For sure. Oh, we got... What's this? What's the answer? Here's a puzzle to tantalize and enchant you. Each clue can be answered with a longer word containing the word ant. That seems like an opportunity to use Ant-Man. Why is there not a picture of Ant-Man here? Alright. For example, what ant is empty? Vacant. See how brilliant you can be. Jolly and green, a giant. Tremendous. I don't know. This watch will last forever. It has a lifetime guarantee. Agreeable, pleasant. What dogs do when they're hot. Pant. An ocean. Atlantic. Philodendron is one. What? What? Plant? Plant. Yeah. Plentiful. Abundant. This animal never forgets. An elephant. A baby. Infant. Chic and tasteful. Elegant. A place to eat. A restaurant. You'll get a ticket if you park next to one. A fire hydrant. Used to light the way. Lantern. VIP stands for very important person. The only one I don't know is tremendous. Tremendous? I'm not really sure what they're... I don't know. I don't know. Wait, gigantic? Is that it? Because we just had giant there. I guess gigantic, sure. I wasn't thinking tremendous as in like the size. I was thinking tremendous as like, that's tremendous. I don't know. Whatever. You're probably right. You may have wondered, what did Captain America call Doughboy when he found that the monstrous villain had devoured his own grandfather's sister? Write the letters from the puzzle answers with the double lines in the space below. Oh, the double lines. Oh, I don't want to do this. All right, let's find out what the freaking answer is. Okay, so back in the day, movies had the ability to be in color, but was too expensive, so most movies were in black and white. Same thing with color television and monitors later on. Yeah, it's true. Where did I put my... Oh, wait, it's over here? Yeah. Okay, so A. So A, and that was G, R, so a great, a plentiful, on a great aunt, so E, R-E-S-T, A-N-T-E. Okay. So, you may have wondered, what did Captain America call Doughboy when he found out the monstrous villain had devoured his own grandfather's sister? Write the letters from the puzzle answers with the double lines in the space below. The answer is a great anteater. Ant spelled as in, like, your aunt, not as the animal ant. Can we... Oh, yeah, you can absolutely backseat. I don't care. No, that's perfectly fine. But we did just solve the left page. The right page here, though, I haven't even looked at yet. Winter sports word find. All of the sports words on the word list are hidden in the diagram. They may be spelled forward, backwards, up, down, diagonally, but always in a straight line. Circle each word as you find it. We've started you off. See if you can find all 50 hidden words. Ready, set, go. 50 of them? Balls? Did you find balls? I know it's up here, but did you actually find it? Stick. Yes, stick is an option. There's hills. Hills. Yes, hills. 50 words, that's a lot. Bowling. There's bowling right there. Tard. Hunt. I guess hunt is a thing. Boots. Boots is a thing. There's boots right there. Jump. There's jump. Resort. Peacock. I don't know. Baller. It's circled already. Oh, balls! Balls is circled. I didn't even look at that. Balls. There you go. Helmet. Helmet. Alright. Alright, well, do we have any more here? Oh, here we go. Here's something we could do, maybe. Basketball is backwards in the third row from the bottom. Oh, okay, where is it? Basketball, third row. Basketball. Hey, nice find. That's a good catch, Nicholas. Very good catch. That's the main reason the Apple II computers had an Apple logo with a rainbow design to indicate that a computer can display colors. Only reason why most don't remember color. Only reason most don't remember color while they're using it was because of the fact you already said. Right. Right. Mountains on the left side going up the page. Oh, I see it. Mountains. Right there. You're right. You're right. Bold? Bold? Is bold a word? No, bold's not on there, but there's bold. Snow? Found snow. Sea? Real? Real? Resort. Salal. I don't know. Alright. Thor's mighty aqua code. What kind of shark would be most likely to team up with Thor in a sea battle? To find our Norse hero's aquatic ally, take the letter closest to the beginning of the alphabet in each of the following words, and together they'll spell out the answer. Solution on page 32, but if you peek, you may defeat your own purpose. Word searches aren't the funnest word game, would you agree? Yeah, they're not the most fun. They're just kind of, I find them a little tedious at times. Like, it's I guess, kind of a good way if you're, like, on a plane and you just want to waste time. Sure, but I don't find it enjoyable. Oh, man. Okay, so we have to find the letter in each word that is closest to the beginning of the alphabet. Letter 1 is mount. Mount. I think it's M. I think M is the first word, or the earliest. And then we have Houston. You guys can help me if you want. Would it be H? I feel like H is before any of the other words there. Yeah. M-H? The order of the letters is not the same as the words. Oh, you're right, yeah. Yeah. Oh, that's annoying. Okay. You're right. Okay, so let's start with 2. 2 is H. And then we have 8. Dream, well, it's obviously A. 1, we already did that. That was M. So we're at ham. We have ham. 12 is stormy. Stormy. I think it's going to be an M again, right? Yeah. So M9. Ham sandwich shark? Is that what it actually is? Did you solve it already, Indie Dev Guy? Oh, hammerhead shark. Yeah. That makes sense anyway. Because he uses a hammer. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. All right. It seems like such a lame joke. Here it is. Simon & Schuster presents the complete marvelous collection, all new, The Superhero Women by Stan Lee. How to draw karmics, how to draw karmics, the Marvel way. Stan Lee and John Buscema. Learn how to draw comics the Marvel way from Stan the Man Lee and Big John Buscema in How to Draw Comics the Marvel way. Spider-Man Calendar 1978. Relive the wondrous web slinger's most memorable moments with the 1978 Mighty Marvel Spider-Man Calendar. And please your palate with the Mighty Marvel Superhero Cookbook. Plus, still available, Bring on the Bad Guys, Mighty Marvel Strength and Fitness Book, Mighty Marvel Fun Book #1, Origin of Marvel Comics, Son of Origins, and Son of Origins 2? Get in on the latest and greatest of the Marvel Origins books, featuring such female favorites as Medusa, Red Sonja, the Black Widow, and Miss Marvel. Whet your mental appetite with the puzzles, mazes, and games in the second great new Marvel Mighty Fun Book #2. Woo! Okay, what's this? 3D art. Hey kids, have you ever in your wildest dreams conceived of being a spectacular sculptor? Well, even if you haven't, Wild Bill King, the world-famous smiling sculptor, sounds off so persuasively on his very own vibrant vocation that we wouldn't be the least bit surprised if a whole passel of pizzazzers decided to make their own scintillating careers as sculptors. William King believes in having fun, and his idea of fun is building an outdoor aluminum figure stretching up 17 feet or sewing a cloth man eating a cloth hamburger. It sure beats working, he says, a smile crinkling the corners of his eyes. How does he manage it? William King is a sculptor, an artist, who makes things with his hands from materials around him. He works with a variety of tools to create fantastic human figures made of bronze, silver, clay, wood, cloth, plastic, and sheet metal. Better known to his friends as Bill, he lives and works in a loft in New York City's colorful Greenwich Village. From Miami, Florida, he came north to study architecture, but his career took a different turn. One day, my drawing teacher took us to a sculpture show. I was standing next to a girl who was wearing a big ring and banging it against one of the sculpture pieces. The owner came over angry and had her in tears about it, so I said, "Don't cry, I'll make you one." I went out and bought a piece of copper, cut it up with a hacksaw, and put it together with screws and gave it to her. The art teacher saw it and told me, "That's pretty good. I'll bet you could sell that thing." So I made some more. Soon King entered a contest with 3 of his sculptures and won. Where was I? Oh, they were put on display in a gallery, and he sold 2 of them almost at once. That's when the possibility of making a living doing something he liked first began to seem possible. As I was leaving the gallery, the owner asked, "By the way, got any more?" "No," I said, "but I'm sure gonna make some." That's what I've been doing ever since. Hello, Chaotic. How you doing? How's it going? Was Detective Comics Wonder Woman? Detective Comics is Batman. Or should I say Detective Comics Comics? How you doing? The hardest thing for Bill King as an artist was getting used to not having a steady source of income. The best thing, he says, is the freedom to work when and on what he wants, instead of having to get up in the morning and go to a dull, routine job. Has his sculpturing paid off? About 7 years ago, I started to develop an audience for my work, and to become more popular and successful, he explains. Since then, King has been free to experiment with his art. His statues range in size from tiny to towering, and nearly all share King's humorous, iconic view of life. I name each of my pieces, he adds happily, but sometimes the people who buy them give them nicknames just like family pets. Want to be a sculptor? Well, why not? After all, it's a living, it's art, and it's fun. David Anthony Kraft. Doing well? That's good. That's good. This is a man who does sculpting, I guess. He made a skeleton carved out of wood with a penknife. That's cool. 8-foot wooden man with sewn fabric clothes. Drawing the pattern for a sheet metal figure. Okay. Oh, hey, this is... The hell is this? Pull out personality poster number 3. Here's another pizzazz pinup for you to hang up and ponder. Will this intrepid trio of Sunday sleuths find the monsters before Santa does, or will Santa find them before the monsters do? Or will the monsters... Oh, never mind. Only Sean Cassidy knows for sure, unless he's told Parker Stevenson. Maybe Pamela Sue Martin has a hot clue or two. Anyway, Merry Christmas! That's some weird art. Very weird art. Alright. Well, there you go. Oh. What's this? Party punch in a... The hell is that? In a wassail bowl? I don't know what that means. She was Detective Comics. Yeah, she's DC. Shades of Christmas past, Tiny Tim had nothing on pizzazz. Here's a Christmas treat for your delectation that's been a favorite for hundreds of years. Fruit punch, the spicy kind that warms carolers' bones, will put the Christmas spirit in you, your pals, your kin. Even Scrooge would love it, and you could revive an ancient tradition, singing merry holiday songs around the wassail bowl. I don't know what the wassail bowl is. I guess that's just a type of bowl. I'm not familiar with bowls. The punch should be made just before serving hot, a few hours before serving cold. Ladle into a punch bowl to serve. Important note, be sure to check with mom or dad before making the punch. You looked up what Wikipedia said and it said DC Comics was the publisher? Yeah, Wonder Woman's DC Comics. Wassail bowl, 12 servings, 6 ounces each. Shopping list, what to look for. Apple cider or apple juice. 2 quarts. Whole cloves, 12. Oranges, 1 large. Frozen orange juice concentrate, 1 can, 6 ounces. Dark brown sugar, 1/3 cup packed. Cinnamon sticks, 2. Into a large 4 to 5 quart saucepan, pour 2 quarts of cider or apple juice. Press 12 whole cloves into 1 orange. Place the cloves studded orange into the saucepan and add 1 can of frozen orange juice concentrate, 1/3 cup dark brown sugar, 2 cinnamon sticks. When the mixture begins to boil, turn the heat to low, cover the kettle, and simmer for 15 minutes. Serve warm or chilled. If your kitchen is filled with colorful recipe cards, chances are Michael Dorn produced them. Michael Dorn? Worf? That's probably not Worf, right? It's probably a different Michael Dorn. He's a professional food writer, conducts a cookery school in Princeton, New Jersey. Is that New Jersey? I think that's right. I don't know where Princeton is. And uses his well-equipped kitchen to make and photograph Pizzazz's fun food feature. Since DC Comics started as Detective... Yeah, it's Detective Comics. I get it. It's a little redundant, isn't it? More marvelous magic with Doctor Strange. Be an illusionist. Fool your friends with this fabulous fakery. Make a solid object disappear. Here's how. Effect. A magician covers a coin with a napkin-covered glass. He tells spectators he will make the coin disappear. On the count of 3, magician lifts the glass. But aha! The coin is still there. It appears that the magician has failed. But no. Once again, the magician covers the coin with the napkin-covered glass. On the count of 3, the magician smashes the napkin down flat and reveals that the glass has disappeared. Magician covers a plastic glass with a napkin. Magician counts to 3, lifts the glass, and brings it to the edge of the table at the same time, commenting on the coin. He or she explains that the trick didn't work because the coin came up heads, or vice versa, and turns the coin over, saying, "Now I'll make it disappear." Meanwhile, when attention is focused on the coin, Magician lets the glass slip from the napkin into his lap. Magician then covers the coin with the napkin, which retains the shape of the glass. At the count of 3, Magician flattens the napkin with a strong blow. He lifts the napkin to reveal, voila, only the coin. It appears that the glass has vanished into thin air. Alright. You guys like magic tricks? Give me a P, give me an I, give me a ZZ, give me a A, give me a ZZ. Give me a magazine with reviews of music, movies, and TV, plus posters, puzzles, short stories, and humor with articles I can relate to. Dear Stan, dear Bobby. Dear Stan, I think your magazine is very interesting. Your quizzes and puzzles are truly exciting to do. Your sports extra was especially interesting. Your Star Wars story was just like the movie and book. There's one thing wrong with the magazine. The crossword puzzles shouldn't have answers in the back. That way people can't cheat. Your pizzazz reader, Matthew J. Rebovich. Hey Matt, forget it. No true pizzazzite would ever dream of cheating. We trust you implicitly. By the way, what if we put the answers in front and the puzzle in back? Forgive us. It's been a tough day. Attention Bobby Miller. Pizzazz is a great magazine. I liked the games and puzzles. I liked Meet the Star Wars Superstars and the sports special. I thought that was super. Time Machine was magnificent, and the way it ended was the best. The article about Kiss was wonderful. The pictures were really good. The funnies, Tarzan, Star Wars, and the big house, and the GACS catastrophe, all of them were great. I hope they continue to be in pizzazz. Reviews and previews was a group of marvelous articles on books, movies, and records. Pats and Pans was alright, and the ideas were great. I hope pizzazz continues to being published. Sincerely, John Cooper Jr. Don't worry, Johnny. If everyone else feels the way you do about pizzazz, we'll probably keep being published till Captain America becomes a general. Dear Bobby, I like your magazine a lot because it has interesting and funny things, but what I like most are the comics and the puzzles. It's really pizzazz. Thank you. Ida Ruse. We're delighted that you like our comics and puzzles, Ida. Know something, we feel the same way about them ourselves. You didn't think about it that way? Yeah. Dear Pizzazz, your October 1977 issue was the greatest. The lingo you use tells it like it is. In the past few years, I have had subscriptions to many magazines, and I can truthfully say that yours is right up at the top. Your articles are eye-grabbers, and your puzzles and games are a real challenge. I especially like the Iron On, the Star Wars article, and literary landscapes. Continue the good work and you'll have a winner because in my opinion, you really kept the gray cells moving. Expect my subscription soon. Sincerely, Russell Pillar. Don't want the answers in the back, we'll put it in the front. Yeah. Gee, Russell, your letter warms the cockles of our heart. You sound as though you'd know what that means. Not sure we do. Rest assured that your subscription will get priority service and that we'll try to keep our gray cells in a constant state of activity. Hi gang, this is truly the most pizzazz magazine I have ever seen. It has great puzzles, stories, articles, comics, fun, and lots of other surprises. The articles are also very pizzazz. They're up to date and exciting. Even the advertisements in the October issue were about popular things like soccer, Happy Days, and the biggest thing in my town of all, comic books. The authors particularly captured my interest in the articles about Kiss and Star Wars in the very first issue. I found them very interesting, simply because I've got pizzazz. Mike P. Strickland. Can you guess what the P stands for? Hi Mike, your enthusiastic response to pizzazz gives us an idea that your middle name might have 4 Z's in it. Or it could be P for pal, because we really feel good about your friendly letter. Alright, here's literary landscapes. Can you guess the titles and authors of these 6 book quotes? Alright guys, we got any literary fans in here? Gonna have to answer these. Inside information furnished to Pizzazz reveals that these spellbinding novels are bestsellers, books most often borrowed from libraries. A printed clue and a picture clue from each book will get you started on this lively treasure hunt. See if you and your friends can identify all 6 books and authors. Solution on page 32. Hogwash. Being of sound mind and body on this 15th day of April in our sophomore year at Franklin High School, let it be known that Lorraine Jensen and John Conlon have decided to record the facts and only the facts about our experiences with Mr. Angelo Pignati. Miss Ryland, the cricket, is watching us at every moment because she is the librarian at Franklin High and thinks we're using her typewriter to copy a book report for our retarded English teacher. The truth and nothing but the truth until this memorial epic is finished. So help us God. Signed, John Conlon, Lorraine Jensen. What book is that from? Do any of you guys have any idea? Epic? um... Any ideas? The last part of the page. All the last part of the page. The last page you read. Oh, yeah. Do I have any guesses here on what book this is? If not, I'll move on to the next one because I have no clue. I think that's the this image here of like two kids at a typewriter is the clue. I don't recognize any of these. I'm really not well read, sadly. Oh. Speaking of Annabelle, reminded me that I hadn't seen myself yet. She was going to be late for school if she didn't hurry. Me, she, I, her. I was getting very mixed up. I also wondered, as I stood outside the door to her room, who I was going to find in there. Was it going to be Annabelle's body with Annabelle's mind in it? But I wouldn't know what the mind was thinking. Or was it going to be Annabelle's body with Ma's mind in it, which would certainly be a more tidy arrangement? What? What? Okay. Hey, pony boy. I looked around, startled. I hadn't realized Johnny had been right behind me all the way. I took a deep breath and started coughing. The smoke filled my eyes, and they started watering. Where's the kids? In the back, I guess, I hollered, and we started stumbling through the church. I should be scared, I thought, with an odd detached feeling, but I'm not. The cinders and embers began falling on us, stinging and smarting like ants. Suddenly, in the red glow in the haze, I remembered at wondering what it was like in a burning ember, and I thought, now I know, it's a red hell. Why aren't I scared? I don't know what any of these are from. Not sure after hanging, I forgot what was said. All of a sudden, I heard some footsteps coming, not from the direction where Mimi and Mom had disappeared, but from the other side. It was a man with a very big dog, almost like a wolf. Are you part of the show? He asked. Or he said. Not me, really. Just them, I said, pointing to the Bassets. They didn't look too happy to see the big dog, and Clytemnestra began to growl. You better not come too close, I said, or you'll make them nervous. He laughed. I thought Bassets were never nervous, he said. It was dark, and even from a distance I thought he looked quite strange. He had bright red hair and quite a large beard, but aside from that, he didn't seem too scary. Mark Twain, Edgar Allan Poe? I don't know. I doubt it. Doesn't really sound like they're writing, but... Pinky, I said, you ever see a flutter wheel? Well, I'm gonna make one, so you watch. Real close and carefully. I found two tiny fork sticks, which I pushed into the mud, fork up, on both sides of the stream. Then, from one fork to the other, I put a basswood axle with a drab of mud in the crotch of both forks to grease its turning. All that was needed then were 3 or 4 paddles that I stuck into the axle. By pushing the 2 fork sticks deeper into the mud until the water touched the paddle blades, the flutter wheel finally turned. The strong current of the tiny creek made it turn round and round. I don't know, he's got a pig. The only pig story I know of is like Babe or Charlotte's Web. Call a number, Margaret, Norman said. Hurry up. I couldn't even think of a number I wanted to call Philip Leroy's number, but I couldn't remember it, so I called number 9 and got Norman Fishbean. He was really proud, like I'd picked him on purpose. Ha! He practically ran to the bathroom. After he closed the door, he said, I really like you, Margaret. How do you want me to kiss you? On the cheek, and fast, I said. He did it just that way, and I quickly opened the door and walked away from the bathroom, and that was it. Huh? I know some people, but I haven't really read a book in decades. Really? Oh, here's the answers. Okay, so answers for the literary landscapes. Number 1 is The Pig Man by Paul Zindel. Freaky Friday by Mary Rogers. The Outsiders by S.E. Hinton. Mom and the Wolfman and Me by Norma Klein. A Day No Pigs Would Die by Robert Newton Peck. Are You There, God? It's Me, Margaret by Judy Blume. I don't know. I've never heard of a single one of these. I read a lot of books, but there's a lot of books that are just out there that I don't know. Anyway, that was exciting. Hey, we got a comic. Look at this. A comic book on this channel? Unless it's a how-to book like DOS for Dummies. I saw a copy of DOS for Dummies the other day at a thrift store. I thought that's kind of neat, and I picked it up, and it was $15. And I was like, no, I'm not paying $15 for this. That's absurd. Edgar Rice Burroughs' Young Tarzan, More Than Ape. As adapted by David Kraft, words and colors. John Buscema, artist. Anna Kawaki, letterer. You have the movie of Freaky Friday. They make a movie based on this book? Huh. Interesting. Until today, young Tarzan has never realized how different he is from the great apes who have raised him. Oh, Chulk, I am ugly. My nose, mouth, and teeth, they're so tiny. You are so handsome. Look, your nose covers half your face. Suddenly, roar! The scream of Sheeta the panther paralyzes Chulk with fear. But Tarzan is man, not ape, and so instead of freezing with terror, snarl! Splash! He launches into action. Safe from Sheeta, young Tarzan thrashes the water with his hands and feet and accidentally discovers how to stay afloat. The OG Freaky Friday and the 2003 remake. They made 2 movies of it. Jeez. Thus, Tarzan learns to swim, and though the great apes hate water, from this day forth, young Tarzan never misses a chance to show off his newfound skills. For he is more than ape. He is Tarzan. Next, the long tooth. Oh, hey, we got some Star Wars! Check this out, we got some Star Wars! Holy shit, I didn't even know there was Star Wars in this. Alright, let's go. Part 2, Star Wars, here we go. Continuing the adventures of characters from the science fiction or science fantasy film by George Lucas, released by 20th Century Fox. Dread Discovery. Having crash-landed on a strange jungle planet while trying to reach a rebel base, Luke Skywalker, Princess Leia, and Luke's 2 faithful droids quickly take stock of the situation. Then we're not on any known world? Princess, this kind of sector listed on most star charts under the heading, Here Be Space Dragons. So far, though, we've seen no sign of any animal life bigger than 3PO here. And I hope you don't mind my saying, Master Luke, that I hope we never do. If the Imperial fleet is no longer nearby, maybe I can contact a base at Yavin. Just don't get lost. Oh, good idea. Meanwhile, the droids and I will have a look around. Just don't get lost, Luke. Hey, Zeph, thanks for the water. Oh. And don't go too far away. Don't worry about us, Princess. We can take care of ourselves. Soon, some distance from the fallen starship. Perhaps we shouldn't venture any further, Master Luke. Remember what Princess Leia said. Been reading quite a while. Yeah, it's been a while. She's a great lady, 3PO, but I'm a big boy now. You two stay here a minute while I go check out the clearing up ahead. This is all your fault, you know, R2. Bloop. Yes, it is. Don't you argue with me. Oops. Now you distracted me so that I fell into this odd pit. Well, don't just stand there. Come and take some soil samples at least, while I climb out and try to figure out what it's doing here. Oh, dear me. It appears, R2, we finally found something on this planet that's bigger than I am. Weet-a-weet! Yes, even bigger than a Wookiee. Oh, Master Luke, there's something here I think you should see. Soon back at the starship. Well, I guess you were right after all, Princess. The beast that made that footprint could make a pancake out of Darth Vader himself. Still, I'm glad it's animals we found on this world and not the Lord of the Sith. Yeah, this way, even though we can't take off till we find a way to repair the ship, at least we're safe on this planet. While many miles out in space. Commander, we have finally located the unidentified starship which escaped our tractor beams before. Then we must recapture it and its rebel crew, and take them back to His Majesty the Galactic Emperor. Or, if for some reason they refuse to surrender, then they must be destroyed. Next, between the Devil and the Deep Blue Space Sea. Okay. Man, now I want to collect these pizzazz magazines just so I can read the Star Wars. I didn't even know these existed in here. It's crazy. The Great American Comic Strip Catastrophe. Good morning, Crowley. Anything new in today's paper? Oh, nothing much, Ducksworth. It's just another politician caught cheating on his taxes. Cheating on taxes? You can't trust politicians these days. They're all crooks. That's the way things are today. Everyone's trying to get something for nothing. Oh, Ducksworth, that'll be 15 cents. The Big House by myself. Diary entry number 3, Washington, D.C. Look, hon, another foreign doll. Gee, that's the 8th one so far. You're building quite a collection. France, Ghana, Pakistan, and they're all so beautiful. Sitting side by side on my shelf. Tell me, hon, which of these are your favorites? It's hard to say, Daddy. It's a toss-up. A toss-up? You must mean between this beautiful Arabian doll and this Spanish senorita. Yes, that's right. Actually, it's between Cher and Marie Osmond, but I didn't want to hurt his feelings. Cher and Marie Osmond, okay. Jeez. Freaky Friday, 1976. Oh, there was a oh. That must be why it was included, because the film was relatively new at the time. Starring Jodie Foster, Freaky Friday 2003, starring Jamie Lee Curtis, really? Okay. Lindsay Lohan is a mother and daughter whose bodies are switched by a mysterious and magical Chinese fortune cookie. Oh. Well, you should have guessed that then. You could have been the only one to get an answer. Well, this is some freaky artwork. What the hell is going on here? Christmas with the Stars by Catherine Siracusa. Jivin' John Travolta makes his Christmas wish on the run. All he really wants is a change of address. That way, those parcels full of female fans won't find him. What do they want for Christmas? Just him. Lucille Ball just loves the tree she discovered outside her door. Wait till she finds out it's only Phyllis Diller wearing her brand new Christmas dress. Waxy yellow buildup? What? Why so sad, Mary Hartman? Mary Hartman, you shouldn't take it personally that your Christmas tree decided to run away from home. Oh, there's Kiss. There's Kiss, yeah. I'd like a tall, rich fiancé. Me too. I'd like a mink stole. Me too. They say Joe Namath's a show-off because he hangs footballs on his tree. But that's not true. Broadway Joe only wants to make sure he gets his Christmas wish. A brand new set of knees. Ouch. Santa's got double trouble this time around. Seems the dates he gave Laverne and Shirley last Christmas didn't exactly measure up this year. They want something a little taller than a pair of 3-foot elves. Caroling with Kiss can be a harrowing experience. We're getting used to 3 electric guitars behind Deck the Halls, but the fire and explosions keep frightening Santa's reindeer. Down Comet, down Blitzen. Had a very shiny nose. This art style is really freaky. Wow. Alright. It's a coloring book? Sort of thing? Color in a different world with a world of different color. Okay. Foul Weather Friend by Mark Lasky. Oh. Look, Nancy, I just made myself a brand new friend, a snowman. A snowman? Take my advice, Myron. Snowmen make crummy friends. First, they gain your trust by always being around when you need them. Then, before you know it, they become extremely fickle. And they just melt away to nothing, leaving you sad and broken-hearted. Take my word for it, Myron. I've been there. I know it. So who lives forever? Bob Newhart had his own TV series too? He sure did. Sure did. The official Hardy Boys Nancy Drew fan clubs. Become a charter member of the official Hardy Boys and Nancy Drew fan clubs. Keep on top of what's happening to the Hardy Boys and Nancy Drew. Upon joining either fan club, here is what you receive. 2 8x10 autograph photos, 6 color wallet photos, a 4x5 and a 5x7 color photo, a biography, an inside profile, a full color folio to hold all your fan club information, fan club newsletter, published quarterly, will keep you informed on the upcoming events, performances, and activities, official fan club membership scroll suitable for framing, a giant 16x20 full color poster not available in stores anywhere. Official fan club membership card personalized entitles you to fan club privileges, including special offers on posters, buttons, and more. Bonus! Join both clubs and receive a free door banner for your room. Well, what do you know? Olympic horses. One of the world's foremost horsemen, American Olympic gold medalist William Steinkraus, writes about Olympic horses he has known. If you like to ride or just love horses, you probably watched the equestrian events at last year's Olympics and saw Steinkraus doing the television commentary as a technical consultant for MGM's new movie, International Velvet. He will train Tatum O'Neal for the equestrian scenes in the film, a continuation of National Velvet, the film which made Elizabeth Taylor famous in 1944. Heard he was funny, but I was not too impressed. With Bob Newhart? Yeah. A horse is half of a terrific sports team. The other half is, you guessed it, the rider. Olympic Games feature 3 kinds of riding competitions. One, dressage, the French word for training, or dressage, I don't know, as a test of the horse's training and obedience. Competitors perform intricate program rides comparable to the compulsory exercises in gymnastics. Only the horse's performance is scored. The rider's skill is considered to be reflected by the horse's performance. Then there are jumping competitions for both individuals and teams. Riders aren't permitted to practice over the courses, which are kept secret until the day of the contest. Jumps are large and varied. Fences up to 6 feet in height, and a water jump at least 16 feet wide. The third competition is the 3-day event. On the first day, there's a dressage or dressage test. I don't know what the pronunciation of that is. On the third day, there is a show jumping course, and in between, competitors face a tough speed and endurance test over 16 rugged miles. It includes a steeplechase course with barriers of all kinds and a cross-country jumping course. The 3-day event is a test of courage, conditioning, and equestrian versatility. What makes an Olympic horse? You might as well ask, what makes an Olympic athlete? There's not a typical person who makes it to the Olympics, neither is there a typical Olympic horse. Take size, for example. Stroller was a marvelous British pony that earned his rider a silver medal in his jumping in the 1968 Olympics. He measured only 58 inches high at the shoulder, less than 5 feet, and was the smallest horse in the competition. Grasshopper, only 3 inches taller, twice won gold medals for his rider in the 3-day event. And how about age? The ideal age for an Olympic horse is probably somewhere between 6 and 12 years. However, Democrat, a U.S. cavalry jumper, was an exception. He was originally trained for the 1940 Olympics that never took place because of World War II. A dozen years later, Democrat helped the U.S. win an Olympic bronze medal in Helsinki when he was an old fellow of 19. the equivalent of a man in his 70s. What about fancy breeding? Being born with a silver curry comb in your mane doesn't hurt, but it's certainly not essential. 2 of the 4 horses on the U.S. gold medal 3-day event team at the Montreal Olympics last year were of unknown parentage. One of these was Irish Cap, who 2 years earlier had won the individual world champion title for his owner rider. Does beauty count? Hardly, when you consider that one of the stars of the Army's 1936 jumping team bore the unflattering but accurate name of Ugly. Sex? Male horses are supposed to be stronger than mares, but the individual gold medalist in eventing at Montreal rode a mare named Ballycore. Ballycore? I don't know. Many other mares have performed brilliantly in all 3 Olympic competitions. You're wondering when we talk about speed. Speed is useful, especially in the cross-country test. But Snowbound, my own mount, in the 1968 Olympics in Mexico City, couldn't run fast enough to keep warm. As they say in racetrack circles, but he could jump as if he were on springs, and he had boldness and confidence. He proved it by carrying me to the cherished individual gold medal in jumping that year, the first ever won for the United States. Then, what are the truly important qualities for Olympic horses? I suspect they're akin to the qualities that distinguish human champions, things you won't find in vital statistics, measurements, or circumstances of birth. The important qualities are those inside, like spirit, courage, and stubborn determination to do one's best, no matter how tough the going gets. Here's to Olympic champions, whether they've got 4 legs or 2. MGM had a record label for a while too. Yeah, I think I remember that. Initially, they wanted to make money from the audio as well as the visuals. Usually, a film studio would have the soundtrack sold by a record studio, and the film would have information on what record label to buy the songs from. That makes sense. Yeah. Okay. Win a part in Happy Days, plus a trip for 2 to Hollywood and $5,000 in cash. There's more. In Hollywood, the grand prize winner gets to lunch with members of the cast of Paramount's hit show Happy Days. Hotel accommodations for 2 for 1 week. A tour of the Paramount studios and limousine service to the studio. While you're packing, throw in a bottle of the 1-ounce Blue Jeans cologne. It'll make you feel soft and breezy and carefree. To enter, follow the official rules on the entry blank below. Other prizes include: second prize, 10 winners will get a Sunbeam Beauty Trio, 1000 watt blower dryer, Mystic curler styler, and electric manicure set. Third prize, 50 winners will get a Kodak Hawkeye Pocket Instamatic camera. Fourth prize, 300 winners will get a rock and roll record album from the 50s. Fifth prize, 8,000 winners will get a Blue Jeans Cologne iron-on jean patch. Interesting. Okay. Well, Pats and Pans? What is this? Hey, it's Tolkien. Christmas gifts you'll want to give. Relax. Stay cool. So you haven't finished knitting the Argyle socks or hand tooling the leather wallets you had planned to give to those near and dear to you this Christmas. Pizzazz understands. That's why we're bringing you some red hot and green present finding tips. Goodies for oldies. Mothers, great uncles, hardworking pizzazz editors, anyone over the voting age. Give the gift of mystery. A box set of 4 Agatha Christie cloak and dagger thrillers entitled The Best of Jane Marple. Pocketbook $7. But be sure to sign the tag on your gift so no one will have to ask who done it. Fair game this holiday season is Mastermind. I actually played Mastermind a lot when I was a kid. I was really, really into that game. An addictive pastime for 2. The official Mastermind handbook tells all there is to know about the game and more. For music to sip eggnog to, here's a new release from old favorites Crosby, Stills, and Nash. The upper class, high school that is. For a friend or relation who happily inhabited Middle-earth while reading the adventures of Bilbo Baggins, J.R.R. Tolkien's The Lord of the Rings trilogy, a set of 3 books from Ballantine, $10, offers a long return trip. A word of warning to recipients, this gift is definitely hobbit-forming. Ha! Holy hyperspace! Here's a gift set of 4 sci-fi favorites by Isaac Asimov, guaranteed to be out of this world. Rumors have it that this Fleetwood Mac album will be a holiday hit. Man, Rumors was like one of their best albums. It was such a good one. Actually, it's already been #1 on the charts for months. For kids from 1 to 92, The Hilarious Adventures of Paddington will be a popular stocking stuffer. Paddington hails from the darkest Peru and is found by a family in a London railway station with a sign around his neck saying, "Please look after this bear, thank you." This proves to be a grisly task as Paddington is a bear with a flair for attracting trouble. Required reading for all arctophilists on your gift list. Bet it was better than Mindseeker. Don't forget Charlotte, Wilbur, Fern, or Templeton this Christmas with 3 stories for children by E.B. White. You can give not only the classic favorite Charlotte's Web, but also Stuart Little, starring the indomitable Mouse Boy, and The Trumpet of the Swan, featuring Lewis, a trumpeter swan with a solid brass horn. Such good friends. Give a stocking full of belly laughs with a Reader's 5-pack by Judy Blume. It's the perfect present for someone who lives within borrowing distance. Do we give sound advice? Yes, is here to say we do, with Going for the One. Here's a gift for those who appreciate high voltage. Shock it to 'em. From the hit single, I'm in You, come a new Peter Frampton album. It's Frampton's first since Frampton Comes Alive. Perhaps this is the gift you most wish Santa would wedge into your stocking. And before we get off the soundtrack, we'd like to mention 3 Chicago sisters who are sure to evoke some strong holiday emotions with their new soul sounds on Rejoice. Elvin Bishop's Raisin Hell was recorded live at the group's concert tours performed earlier this year. It's just the thing for your country rock loving cousin. What famous writer can be worn around the neck? The Swinger. It's a pen and holder attached to a leather thong, offering an inkling of high fashion. It comes in many bright colors and makes the perfect gift for any of your friends with necks. What if your friends don't have necks, huh? Ooh la la, someone you know might like to get Millebornes. Millebornes? I don't know. The French card game where the rules of the road are the rules of the game. The phrasing of these words. I want the Asimov book. Yeah, Asimov's pretty cool. Do I have any in here? I used to have some in here. I don't see it. I've got other books in here. My damn points have not moved the entire time I've been here? Really? Do you have me muted or something? If it's been muted, you won't get points. Do you have more than two streams open? Because it'll only work for the first 2 streams you have open. Any that you open after that won't gain points. Where was I here? For superhero comic strip fans, and who isn't, a great new book by Stan Lee. Seems we've heard that name somewhere before. The Superhero Women. Okay. No, well, shit. Santa specials. If Santa leaves a package for your whole family under the tree, you may want to help him out with a hot tip. The Random House Encyclopedia has arrived. It's one big fact-packed volume with an Alphapedia section for quickie reference and a Colorpedia section for in-depth information. It can be had for $69.95, which comes out to be a mere $6 per knowledgeable pound. And don't forget to give the season's hottest gift item of them all a subscription to Pizzazz. That about wraps it up. Holly Happy Days. Up and out. We finished already. Don't despair. The January issue of Pizzazz is already rolling off the presses and on its way to you. Meet the real Alice Cooper in Alice After Hours. Get inside information on the fastest growing game of soccer and its superstar, Pele. See a river burn, honest. Read a great Mark Twain adventure story, plus more games, puzzles, humor, reviews, and previews and comics in the January issue of Pizzazz, on sale December 22nd. For whatever you're into. Adventure, sports, squash, how to score, soccer, or might like to get into, check out the Captain Midnight Action Book. You'll find disco dancing, surfing, baton twirling, bodybuilding, kung fu, isometrics, scuba diving, soccer, sailing, cheerleading, ballroom dancing, zen, baseball, bowling, and 45 more exciting activities, all beautifully illustrated in a 128-page, 8x11-inch book with easy-to-follow instructions, diagrams, drawings, and charts. You'll learn, have fun, and maybe even change your life. Try it. We know you'll like it. Ovaltine. Presented by Ovaltine. Okay. Got your ears on, good buddy? LJN CB's... Wow, LJN is old. LJN's been around forever. Damn. LJN CB's on wheels. Feature the real thing, real tunable CB receivers that let you hear across all 40 channels, as well as send on channel 14 to your walkie-talkie buddies. Each of 3 different styles built into famous TV vehicles like the SWAT van, the emergency rescue truck, and Starsky and Hutch's Torino. The real CBs for the kids who want the real thing, from LJN Toys. Your second pronunciation sound more correct for that French game? I think so, yeah. Pele, Reciblo, Oh La La. Ooh, CB radio. Yeah. And here we go. That was the end. Play Pele's brand of ball. With a single explosive move, he brings the crowd to its feet and the opposition to its knees. To 800 million fans, he is the king. He is Pele. The most dynamic figure in soccer, if not in all of organized sport. When he joined the New York Cosmos of the North American Soccer League, Pele said he was in the United States to spread the popularity of the game he loves. He has begun by helping Spalding develop the finest and most complete line of soccer balls in the world. Every new Spalding ball has Pele's signature, and everyone is rugged yet sensitive enough to respond to the faster-paced American style of play. Pele just wouldn't have it any other way. Neither should you. From the 32-panel hand-stitched leather top-flight tournament ball to the nominally priced rubber-covered World Pro, Spalding has the soccer ball that's right for your game and your budget. Whew. Channel 19 is standard CB radio frequency used. Cool. Cool. Well, that was the December 1977 issue of Pizzazz. I hope you guys enjoyed it. Where did my... Okay, there it is. There's the thing. Yeah, hope you guys enjoyed it. Let me get back in here. Whew, let's see. We're at 4.5 hours now. Yeah, I think I need to give my voice a break or else I won't be able to talk tomorrow. Tomorrow we are starting Persona for the PS1. The original Persona. So, yeah, I think I'm going to end the comic book club here. Next week, for comic book club, we will be doing Star Wars issue number 13. I think Ghost Rider number 2. And Amazing Spider-Man number 7? Yeah, 7. And for the bonus issue that week, I'm thinking I want to go with probably 2000 AD, issue number 1. I think that should be fun. Your father was a truck driver back in the day before CDL was a thing. Oh, okay. Nice. So you got some of that knowledge. That's really cool. Alright, well, I am going to end it there. Let's look for someone to raid, and I'll see you guys tomorrow for Persona. Let's see who's online. I hope you guys had fun with the reading. And thank you everyone for hanging out. I really appreciate it. Let's see, who is live? What time is it? Like 9? Is it 9? Yeah, it's 9. Alright. Alright, who is online? Who is online right now? Yoshio-kun is playing Legend of Zelda. There's new music, playing Mario. X2 playing Castlevania. Sega fans playing Robotrek. Oh, I guess he finished Banjo-Tooie, huh? It's about time. Online Eric is playing Omicron the Nomad Soul. That's one of my favorite games. I love that game so much. More people should play that game. Have a good night, everyone. Hey, have a good night, Abysmal. Thanks for hanging out. I can't wait. Good night. Good luck. Have fun. See you soon. All right. You have a good night, too. I also really like Smokey and the Bandit, 1977, Burt Reynolds. I'll have to watch that one. Like, I'm familiar with it, but I've seen clips and things. I just haven't sat down and watched the whole thing. I ought to do that. Alright, Sally Fields is in it too? Okay, cool. Alright, I think I'm gonna give Yoshio-kun a raid. We'll go with that. Alright, thank you everybody for hanging out. Hope you had fun. I'll be back tomorrow. Persona, PS1. Goodbye. Goodbye, everybody. Bye-bye. Oh, wait, I got this. I can do that. Yay. Bye-bye. Bye. You have it on DVD. Nice. That's awesome. Cool. Alright, I'll see you guys later. Have a good day, Jeremiah. Hope you... or night, wherever you are. See you later.